Ooh, welcome to the stream, where Hu Tao thinks I'm a master of fishing when I very much am neglecting my mastership. Today, on Genshin Impact, we will continue the main story. But before we do that, But before we do that, I want to check out the bosses of Fontaine. There's 3 of them, and I only so far tried out fighting one of them because I needed to get upgrade materials for Lynette, who is somewhat up to par with the rest of the characters now. She still needs a few upgrades and her own weapon. But this one looks decently well in her hands, so we are using it today. Also, if anyone wonders, this fountain, the Fountain of Lucine, is the giant onion of Fontaine, where we can use our hydro sigils to get lots of rewards. At least it's not as out of the way as the giant onion in Sumeru. And the first boss is right over here. Or should I say, the first bosses? As there is 2 of them right here in one spot.
Surprise!
Look at them. We wouldn't want to disturb them, would we? They seem so cheerful and happy, and completely absorbed into each other. They also don't attack us if we attack them, but they are certainly bosses. Do not be confused. Let's see what they are up to. Meladette,
The more data samples, the better.
the clockwork mecha engineer, wants us to get data samples on these 2. But let's talk to him. Good ladies, are you ready to take part in the Icewind suit? Tell me about the Icewind suit. What would you like to know? What's the story of the Icewind suit? A fine question! Like how Coppelius was defeated in a war against temptation and was thus punished, or how Coppelia so loved him that she nearly died from grief as a result. Or how, to save the imprisoned Coppelius, Coppelia would set out on a journey. Or how, no matter how things go, the drama shall end in a lover's dance. Haha. Well, actually, that was just me making some story bits up. I mean, I'm no literary scholar, just a researcher who works with clockwork mecha. As far as I'm concerned, their function is more important than their story. However, if you're that interested in the story, well, I'll consider. We can choose to fight, well, always both of them, but one of them will be in the lead role, depending on what story we pick. I have only fought against Coppelia, the lady, so we'll start with that.
The more data samples,
Let's
the better.
first take a look at Icewind Suit, Dirge of Coppelia. Next up is a fantastical performance to be delivered by Clockwork Mecha Coppelia. At the climax of the performance, Coppelia will halt at the center of the dance floor and expose her artificed clockwork component charged with Usia, thereby drastically increasing the efficiency of her exertions and summoning countless whirlwinds of Dirge. During this phase, using Pneuma-imbued attacks will reduce her offensive capabilities and overload her, thus progressing the performance. Sadly, we will not, because we are using Lynette, who is also Usia. Oh, also we need to talk to him to start. Because as we saw, they will not try to fight us if we just walk up to them. Try the Dirge of Coppelia. Icewind Suit Duality, Side A. The dance suddenly got a lot more aggressive. Actually did not look at their fight yet, because I ended it in seconds with a different team. So this is... Despite having fought this boss like 20 times already, I have not actually seen any of their moves. I can dance too.
Cue the spotlight. Shake it and stir. Boing, boing. Emerge right now. Let the magic begin. Over here. Didn't quite touch you. Came out of your dream. Oh, scratched it. Right here. Dumpy, dumpy, go! Blow them all up. Cue the spotlight. Surprise! Yeah!
I think my cat just died. Oh well.
La la la.
I hope you're happy about that.
Woo! Right now, right here. Shake it and stir. Right now, emerge. A sight to behold.
And that's curtains for these two. They'll take a few minutes to respawn, so let's take a look at a different boss. Also, I'll not get this. I'll get the ones from the other two bosses. The second boss and the third I have not fought yet. Down here, underground, underwater, under everything.
Special.
Also, as you can tell by the map, I have been doing some off-screen exploring and got most of the above ground, I think all of the above ground teleport points. I also explored the waters quite a bit and even accidentally started a world quest, but only very briefly while going to this teleport point. Because it was not marked on the map like all other world quests currently are. I don't know if we're gonna start on that today. I think it's unlikely. But let's see what lies under here. A crab chasing a hilichurl. Lynette, I think, has a special ability to be faster underwater. Also give me crab abilities to fight crabs with. Not sure if we showed off crab ability last time. Crab ability gives me a shield and a counter, which works great against crabs. Have I said the word crab enough? Because Fontaine is certainly the land of crabs. What are you tutorializing me about now, while I'm fighting crabs? Underwater pneumosia energies. Most characters from Fontaine have an arc, and thus can use their attacks to trigger energies corresponding to the arc attribute underwater, without the use of pneumosia blocks. Oh, interesting. I have not used Lynette underwater yet. Attack me. You won't. Spin crab. Anyways, the path we want to go to is over here, I think. Yes, down here. And out here. There is a convenient teleport point right down here, but I thought I'd show how to get here too. Also, when we entered Fontaine, we learned that water was suddenly no longer a threat to us. They found a way to make water a threat to us, by making it very hot in some spots. Better not stand in that too much. Now what do we have here? Something else harmless? I have a feeling possibly not. Emperor of Fire and Iron. An armored crab lord that has survived for countless eons and surpassed almost all other Fontaine aberrants. The twin molten horns located high up on its body are pyro-aligned organs that can unleash more vicious elemental attacks and grant it even stronger defensive capabilities. When the armored crab lord unleashes certain attacks, its twin molten horns are closer to the ground. This provides for a great opportunity to use elemental reactions to remove the pyro elemental within. The crab Archon. Searing tide pulsing beneath the mountains.
Think you can bully me? Right now, right here, right now.
This is a bit of a Dark Soul boss, because I have a quest to defeat its horns instead of the boss itself. And I see it has its own life bar.
Shake it and stir it. Can't handle it. Step on up. Let the magic begin. Come on out. Emerge. Right here. Think you can bully me? Be amazed!
Be amazed.
Scratch that. Diana special! Emerge, right here. Fine, fine! Surprise! Yeah! Step on up! Yeah! Let the magic begin! Jumpy, jumpy, go!
Let's not stay in that aura. Even though it would be a good time to attack the horns close up.
Ha! I'm here! Think you can bully me? Right now, emerge, right here. Surprise!
We broke the horns. Now we break the boss.
Cubic spotlight! Look at you, Fontaine! Right now, right here. Nothing lasts forever. Emerge. Over here!
What a sad crab. Emperor's Resolution is an upgrade item I will need for Linny. The Warhammer of the Emperor of Fire and Iron. Fyron. Now, let's see if the couple has respawned.
Surprise!
How surprising. Yes, they are dancing again. Time to stop them from doing so. I want to try the Nemesis of Coppelius. Icewind Suit, Nemesis of Coppelius. Next up is a fantastical performance to be delivered by the clockwork mecha Coppelius. At the climax of the performance, Coppelius will halt at the center of the dance floor and expose his clockwork component charged with pneuma. This time we are correctly aligned, thereby drastically increasing the efficiency of his exertions, granting him a shield and generating 3 retributive frost hearts. I'm glad we are correctly aligned. During this phase, using Usha-imbued attacks will effectively break his shield and overload him, thus progressing the performance. The last fight was very close quarters. So I was wondering if this one would... was very ranged, so I was wondering if this one would be more close to them. But no, they are still shooting bullets.
Boing, boing, boing! Shake it and... Right now. Emerge. Over here. Let the magic begin! Surprise! Can't handle your drink. Scratch.
Get Uziah, Icebound Oak.
Be amazed! Pew! Right now, emerge. Think you can... Over here! Cue the spotlight! Jumpy, jumpy, go! Right now, what a nuisance!
Last time my cat died, this time my fox is dying.
Diana special! Boing, boing, boom! A sight to behold. Right here, right now. Surprise! Let the magic begin! Step on up! Blazing delight!
How delightful. Artifice spare clockwork component Coppelius. I don't know who that is gonna be for. But surely it's gonna be used eventually. But with that, I think I've showed off the things I wanted to show off. Also, this should have been all the quests for the Relic Records creation of the Hydro Nation. This is also the thing where we were looking for flowers the last time randomly. I also had to find specific enemies and fight them, as well as bosses. Here's the Destroy the Emperor of Fire and Iron's Twin Molten Horns. And with that, I have completed this book. The Mega Mecha Melee is an event that started today, and I don't know what it's gonna be about. That might be what we do if we finish today's story quickly enough.
These bombs, so heavy.
Rather than doing more story elsewhere. But to do so, we should get started on story. As light rain falls without reason. Chapter 4, Act 2. Like the faint moonlight of yesteryear. Go to Hotel de Board. Linné has been acquitted, but you are not sure about what your next step should be. You decide to take up Navia's offer for a farewell meal to celebrate your cooperation. Guess it's time to leave Fontaine. We've done our job here. Are there any haunted cupboards in here?
I came here several times with my father when I was little, but stopped eating here as often after growing up. I hope the food here will be to your taste.
Oh, don't worry. We haven't eaten at a hotel like this in a while. Paimon's getting excited already.
0 out of 10. Archon bad, won't visit again. Traveler left, saying these words.
In that case, I'll go order for us first. Please wait here a moment.
Ooh, everything looks so good. People in Fontaine sure know how to enjoy life.
Why, of course. Go ahead, try whatever you like. If the food's good, I'll make a group reservation for the rest of Spina di Rosula next time.
And if it's not?
Well, then I'll still bring everyone. Albeit with only one dish per table.
You, sure have your own way of doing things. Oh, we called this a farewell meal, but we could also treat it like a victory feast, right? We did just win that case after all.
Certainly worth celebrating.
Oh, true. Very true. In that case, boss, we'll have another 2 dishes.
Huh? Paimon didn't mean that you had to order even more food. Speaking of cases, do you think that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances will get caught soon now that this has all happened?
Well, we've certainly taken a big step forward, but I feel that's about it. We know that there's an organization that means to dissolve these young women, but we still don't know what they are really after.
They are after dissolved young women.
If it hadn't happened right in front of us, Paimon wouldn't have ever believed that a person could be dissolved like that.
Right? Yet it was because this was such a preposterous notion that the investigation could never really move forward before.
Ugh. If only that guy could have finished speaking! We were so close to hearing who was behind it.
In such investigations, even the smallest step can seem like a yawning chasm if the trail of clues is cut off. To be honest, I don't have high hopes for any follow-up that the authorities might conduct. It's not that I don't have faith in their ability, it's just that a different perspective is required in some matters. It's easy to guard against and deceive a single narrow perspective. A shift in thinking is required at such times in order to produce a breakthrough. Which is exactly why the Spina di Rosula exist. Those highfalutin folk are not all-knowing. That's why we exist. To seep into the cracks where filth falls through, where their watch fails them. That's the kind of problems we solve.
Highfalutin.
Seems Paimon thought things were simpler than they actually are.
It's all right. Well, this was supposed to be a farewell meal, so I doubt you have further interest in this business, right?
Yep, we're done here.
Let's talk about something else. Like, what are your future plans?
We wanted to ask the Hydro Archon for some information, but we haven't had much opportunity to do so. She's kinda hard to talk to.
That's true. We didn't have a chance to speak to her after the trial ended. It didn't really seem like the right time or place to do it anyway.
I see. So, your primary objective, which has been foiled so far, was to have a chat with the Hydro Archon. I've heard that there's a long line of people waiting to meet Lady Farina. I suspect you'll be waiting for quite a while, considering that you missed your chance today.
Yeah, we've heard that she's super popular here in Fontaine, and that it'll be tough getting any of her time.
But considering Farina seems to be very interested in challenging us, she might just come to us again.
Well, would you consider some more, unique ways? Perhaps even methods of, let's say, questionable legality?
Oh, we love those.
Guess that's Spina di Rosula's boss for you. Chock full of sketchy ideas. Well, what did you have in mind?
We kidnapped the Archon.
Well, one way would be to infiltrate a performance troupe at the Opera House, only to abandon your act at the play's climax and ask to speak to her after the performance. I'm sure Lady Farina would be eager to see the ending, and would agree in order to finish watching the play, don't you think?
Could you suggest something a little more practical? This plan seems pretty hard to pull off. We'd have to go learn how to act, and acting's really hard.
Alright, here's another. Find a way to conceal yourselves under her bed. Then, wake her up in the dead of night and demand answers. Don't let her go back to sleep until she answers all your questions.
Oh, I like this plan. Let's scare her in the middle of the night. Surprise, it's us.
I can personally testify that this one works. When I'm sleepy, I'll do anything as long as I can finally get some sleep.
That might work, but that's not really the problem. The problem is we don't want to get ourselves arrested.
We might just do that anyway. Even if we don't try.
Ah, valid point. I overlooked that part. I was just thinking about leveraging a person's desire for sleep.
How can you overlook something like that?
All right, no more joking around. Perhaps you could... Oh, I don't know. Cut the line when she's on a break. You did defeat her in court, clearing citizens of hers from false accusations. False accusations she had nearly upheld personally. I imagine that she feels quite ashamed about the whole thing.
You mean that if we catch her while she's on a break, she might be too embarrassed to refuse? Oh, that does make some sense.
Would someone with her personality really feel shame?
Why don't we give it a try after this meal? You know, strike while the iron is hot and all.
Huh? Paimon, did you drink my Fanta?
Was this your drink? Sorry about that. Paimon wasn't really paying attention and the cup was right next to Paimon. Would you like to order another?
No, it's fine. We're just about done here.
Alright. Honestly, Paimon wouldn't recommend Fanta anyway. It tastes kinda salty and icky.
I'd have to agree. My drink also tasted that way too.
Is that so? Huh. Well, in that case, we'll have to blacklist the Fanta here then. If we're all finished eating, then I'll go pay.
Yeah, we're stuffed. Thanks for the treat, Navia.
Was someone poisoning us?
Oh, so full. Paimon can barely float anymore.
I'll try walking, you know.
Nah, that would be so normal. You know, like you.
Okay. As for expenses this month, we're left with...
Nothing.
Hey, Navia, what are you doing over there?
Oh, nothing. It was just a meal, you know? Nothing the Spina di Rosula can't cover.
Seems that was pretty tough for her. It was a pretty pricey meal, all thanks to Paimon.
Let's get ready to try to meet the Hydro Archon again. Bye, Navia!
Stay poor or something.
So this is goodbye, huh? Well, if you do encounter any other trouble in Fontaine, you're always welcome to contact the Spina di Rosula. I'll give your requests the highest priority. In any case, I wish you smooth sailing. I'll see you again, partner.
See ya!
Slight rain falls without reason. Go to the Fontaine Plaza in front of the Opera House. We keep coming back here.
Over here!
There aren't many people around anymore. Looks like that boat we took to Araneas might have been the last one.
The water bus might not get used a lot. You're right. Now that teleporting is unlocked. Great set piece. Oops.
Vache.
Fountain still talking to me.
Looks like we're back here again. Huh? Traveler? Are you hearing voices again?
Yes, and it's clearer than it was during the day.
Ugh. That's kinda spooky. Are you sure we don't want to come back in the morning?
Vache. Vache.
Hey, why are you still walking towards it? There might be something nasty in the water.
Can feel strong emotions. Things are getting blurry.
Huh? Hang on. Paimon can kinda hear a voice. It's calling for Vache, right?
Oh good, for once it's not just me.
Hey, Traveler? Stop walking! Come on, wake up!
Huh. Where's this?
Vache. Are you my dear Vache? No, wait. You seem to be someone else. Do you know Vache? Do you know where my love is?
I'm afraid not. Who are you?
Wait. Who am I? I'm very sorry. I fear I do not know. My memories feel like they have been washed away like a flood. So many fragments dissolved amidst the tide, never to be recovered. How much have I lost? How many things that I once held dear while on land have I since forgotten?
You were once human?
Yes, that is what I was once. But now, I am but the consciousness of one who is lost, therefore.
You lost your form.
I do not know how I came to be like this either. I only vaguely remember being covered in light blue water, and then all grew dim.
Light blue water? That have been... Should she be one of the girls who were dissolved?
I also remember going to many places. I loved adventure, loved exploring places of peril. No matter where I went, Vacher would go with me. I knew how dearly he loved me, and I also loved him equally as much. But now, we can no longer go back. The pain of such parting. I never knew how heavy it could be.
Do you need me to find him?
No. Our reunion no longer has any meaning. There is no way for us to create any new memories. The thought of me gives him no succor. So let it lie forgotten beneath the waters.
Then stop calling for him so people don't fall into the fountain.
If you meet Vacher, tell him not to look for me. Tell him to move on. That is the only thing I still remember.
I believe it will be hard for him to forget you.
Perhaps that is so. As I was submerged in the waters, losing consciousness, I saw Vacher above the surface. His eyes were filled with such sorrow, such longing. If only I could have comforted him, told him that I did not suffer. Indeed, I had felt a great warmth.
That means Vacher was a witness to the fact that you dissolved.
Is that what you call it? Dissolving? If anything, I consider it a form of release. It was a state of neither fear nor frenzy, with only an endless peace, like the water's still surface. I could also liken it to being a thirsty person who drinks water for the first time, and only then sees how they have lived for so long in a world of endless want and anxiety.
It seems that after the body is dissolved, some measure of the consciousness still remains.
I think I hear your companion. It's time for you to go, I think.
Is that Paimon? Ah, right. I wonder how much time has passed in reality.
Farewell, then. I am glad that you were able to sense my presence. Remember, if you see Vacher, tell him not to seek me out any longer.
I'll just push him into the fountain. Well, things suddenly got bad quick.
Demoiselle, look out!
Dear God, it's a whole army of Gardamex. Chlorand? Quick, now's our chance! should thank you for lending us your sword there, Clorand. But before I do so, could you explain how you managed to show up here?
The way she showed up, I first thought Clorind was the one commanding all these robots, and it was the police somehow getting on Navia's case. But no, seems to be that is not the case.
I followed you. It seemed to me that danger has followed you more closely as of late.
But it seems those two might be friends in a way. At least from Clorind's side. It's because Navia didn't pay in the restaurant. Oh yeah, that makes sense.
I believe that following someone without their knowledge is actually called stalking, is it not?
Mr. Callus's last wish was for me to ensure your safety, and I will not betray his trust. He would do the same, were he alive today.
Okay, not friendship from Clorind's side. More like duty.
Do not speak of my father!
Sorry, demoiselle. I was not strong enough.
Thank you for your aid, Miss Clorand, but do keep an eye out for your manner of speech. I believe we all wish to avoid unnecessary emotional harm.
Sorry, I did not consider your feelings.
Whatever. What else do you know? How did you come to the conclusion that I'd be in grave danger?
I doubt I know much more than you, but I believe that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances is very powerful. Your performance tonight will almost certainly attract their attention.
I'm sure they've known about me. To be honest, I'm shocked it's taken them this long to act against me. And what about these Gardamex? I thought only those associated with the Maison Gardiennage could control them.
Maison Gardiennage. I need to repeat all these words to slowly remember how to speak them.
None of these mecha have serial numbers. I was sure to check a moment ago. They are not the ones used by the authorities to enforce the law.
How quickly can you check the serial numbers?
I can only conclude that some powerful or wealthy party must have obtained them via illegal means, deploying them as a private force of sorts.
What? Your point being that they're out of Spina di Rosula's league, then?
Yes. Be careful, and do not act rashly.
I will continue investigating no matter what. We will bring the truth to light. That's my father's true last wish. Regardless, thank you for your help today, Clorand. But if you get any ideas, tell me first. I don't much appreciate being followed.
I do not think that they'll strike again anytime soon. So I shall stop following you. Good day, all.
Good day.
Right. I suppose that's the best news we've gotten today.
Demoiselle, I believe that Miss Clorand was being sincere with you. If we tried, we could attempt to thaw relations a little.
I know, she's...
Just happened. Who was that?
Oh, thank goodness! Paimon thought we were done for! Those Gardamex came out of nowhere while you were unconscious, and Nadia and her gang saved us! Oh, and there was that champion duelist named Clorand who came out to save us too! We got lucky there. Paimon probably couldn't have fought them off otherwise.
Paimon, you cannot fight off enemies. Oh, so you're a fighter now, Paimon.
Oh, come now. Forget all that polite talk. That wasn't really a farewell meal we had back there. Not for me, anyway. In truth, I hope that every meal we have together shall be a victory feast. As such, we're still partners. There's no need to thank me.
It will take 50 years for me to match Demoiselle's magnanimity.
If it were me, I would have joined the Spina di Rosula on account of her goodwill long ago.
All right, you two. That's enough.
Actually, Navia, how did you know that we were in danger? You sure did show up in the nick of time.
It's a chain of people showing up in the nick of time.
Well, to be honest, you're the one who tipped us off, Paimon.
Huh? Really? Paimon contributed somehow? Ooh, Paimon's even more amazing than she thought!
Yes, all thanks to you grabbing my drink by mistake.
Ah,
How did that help?
After we parted ways, I was on the way back to one of our bases when I suddenly thought of what you said. That the Fanta tasted kind of salty and icky?
wait. Do you mean that... I thought it tasted strange as well, but I couldn't be sure.
Fanta only comes in sweet flavors, so how could it have tasted salty? The color of the drink, if I recall, had also been a bit off.
So the Fanta had been spiked with water from the primordial sea?
Oh, they tried to dissolve her. But because we're not from here, we just got salted.
Yes, so
Assaulted.
if you hadn't drunk that cup for me...
Spina di Rosula is preparing the grandest of awards for you as we speak for saving the boss.
Huh. Really?
Fortunately, Paimon, neither of us are from Fontaine. Otherwise, we would have been.
I sent people to Hotel de Boer to investigate, but whoever did this left no trace at all. That's when I figured out that you might be in danger, and hurried here as quickly as I could.
Gotta hire Paimon as her personal taster. She would certainly love doing that job.
But why would they go after us too? All we did was defend Linny in court and help clear his name. Ugh, now we're caught up in this mess too, aren't we?
Guess we are not leaving Fontaine just yet.
Well, you did foil a plan that they were probably pretty proud of, and almost got their name in the process. Speaking of which, did anything strange happen when you drank the primordial seawater?
Well, it can't be coincidence that the traveler fainted just now. She said that she heard that voice calling for Vache again.
But you said you heard it too.
Oh, and this time Paimon
Yeah.
heard it too. But it was real faint. Does this situation have to do with the primordial seawater then?
According to Lynette, the ability to hear voices like that has to do with one's sensitivity to the hydro element.
Does that mean the primordial seawater raises someone's sensitivity to hydro when it's used on people who are not from Fontaine?
That doesn't sound like too much of a bad thing, to be honest.
I also gained some new intel.
New intel? While you were out cold?
Well, let's hear it, shall we?
The voice in the fountain belonged to one of the missing women. A person named Vache was a witness when she dissolved.
Oh, that is important. Vache. That name doesn't ring a bell. I suppose he hasn't stepped forward as a witness in court lately. Since he saw that young woman dissolve, he was at least at the crime scene.
Or possibly one of the criminals.
But he never gave testimony or any information regarding people dissolving in the primordial seawater. Could he have been threatened?
If he is still alive, we should try searching for him.
Yes, thank you. This is very important information indeed. We will continue to investigate.
By we, you mean us too, right? Partner?
Oh, you mean you'll help us investigate?
Well, you did say that our farewell meal didn't really count. That means we're still partners, right? And besides, we're in this now whether we like it or not. You're not gonna let those people who targeted us get off the hook so easily, are you, Traveler?
Messing with us will cost them. This will prove to be their biggest mistake.
Demoiselle, do try not to look quite so pleased. You are the face of Spina di Rosula, after all.
No, no, she is very pleased. And she cannot hide.
You talk too much. Well, in that case, let's head back to one of our bases, shall we? I'll arrange accommodations for you. We also have some plans to go over, and hopefully we can deepen our bonds as partners. But we'll take that one step at a time, I guess.
Don't worry, you two. With us around, our base is definitely secure.
What even? Icebound off. Use an OSHA attack to remove the shield that Coppelius deploys. Great. Lene en Voljovi. Voljovi. Hear the ocean its call and connect with her consciousness. We're going back to main town. Fontaine. I also noticed there is a teleport point under the city. We're going in the sewers, aren't we? At some point. That's not French, that's Hungarian. Oh, interesting. But that kind of fits with something I said last time, right? That this doesn't really feel like just French, but just a mishmash of European stuff without the German.
It's right up ahead, but let's make sure we weren't followed first.
I've been keeping watch, Demoiselle. I haven't spotted anyone suspicious thus far.
Huh, very good. But let's not let our guard down for now.
I shall find rooms for our respected guests.
Thank you, Malus. Now, let's continue, traveler.
We are going, I guess not in the sewers, but... Well... No... That looks very sewer to me. Great that you can just walk into here. Getting Dark Souls flashbacks. Yep, certainly is sewers. Sewer children. Sewer dog. Sewer dog is really interested in me. because I'm a cat. Lizard! Sewer lizard. Always wanted to walk in a sewer. But the water looks decently clean, I guess.
Yep.
Also, nobody wants to talk to me. Sewer cat! Thanks for shouting at me, children. That's my money now. Oh, something. Oh, just sit. We are the same. Some good music in the sewers. Land of corroded shadows and tainted currents.
Am I imagining things? Or is all this standing making me dizzy?
Named turtle. Concilier. Hello. That's right. You can't talk. But are you really an ordinary run-of-the-mill tent tortoise? What am I doing? Expecting a reply like this. But then again, there can be no disappointment without expectations, right? Thank you. This is indeed a truth to be held self-evident. Nice tattoo. You won't even so much as call out to me. Does your silence indicate displeasure? Is it too much to ask to expect you to make some noise? Alright then, in that case, I humbly beg your forgiveness. Impressive. You have won my respect. No achievement. I'm surprised. Yes, it's just a turtle. For turtle reasons. Conciliation knows how to keep secrets. Alright then, keep your secrets. What am I even doing? And why? Aha! Character height matters.
La la la.
La la la. Aha! Treasure at the end of the walk.
Yay, shiny.
That was certainly worth it. More treasure over here.
Business you're in, you gotta keep up with the changing times.
But yeah. Do you need a lock picked or perhaps switched? You do this business by night? Of course, don't people usually realize that they've forgotten to bring their keys only upon returning home at night? Ah, wait, I get it. You're wondering if I'm doing something terrible here, are you? Don't worry. I have principles and sense, and more importantly, I don't want to perform a trial-standing show at the Opera House. This is how we do business around here. The good old Spanish standoff. Was that an earthquake? Or am I just getting seasick? No, I just landed. What do you sell here? Interesting. Why would anyone ever buy 2-star artifacts? There's only one to purchase of each. Like if there were a lot, I could see it being used as material for upgrading other artifacts. But just one at a time. Can I talk to you about that? Don't really feel anything. Must be my old sickness acting up then. I used to be a sailor, but I was injured in an accident, and ever since I felt like my surroundings are shaking. I can't go back to being a sailor, so I can only help old friends sell things they salvaged underwater to make a living. Will your shop upgrade over time? Child has run off. Little son's good for your health. And you are? I'm a doctor, the legitimate kind. I've got the relevant certification and a graduation cert from the academia to boot. Are you practicing medicine here? I used to be very poor and I had no money to support my studies or travel overseas. It was the Spina di Rosula that sponsored me. Of course, they did so on the condition that I consider returning here to work as a doctor after finishing my studies. I'd be salaried as is standard, of course, with the Spina being my employer. I thought it was a good deal, and I understood what they wanted out of it, so I only ask for the most basic fees when I practice here. You are needed here? No. Sunshine is needed here. But the people in the Fleuve Center have already gotten used to such a lifestyle. We don't go up there unless it is absolutely necessary. Enough about that. Same goes for you. Stay in the sunlight more often and eat more vegetables and fruits. It's good for your health.
People here really
Got some fruit. That keeps the doctor away.
If there's anything you need, you can always come to Granny.
That child is walking from all the talkable NPCs to the next. Perhaps I should grill a few more cookies for the children. Or perhaps that bell fruit cake from the last time. That was pretty good. It certainly sounds tasty. As long as the children like it, all is well. The adults here are very busy with work, so children often come by and buy things for their families. And I bring them snacks when they do. Do you have a recipe for me, for that cake you mentioned? Sometimes that girl Navia drops by too, bringing gifts of all sizes. She asks for cake pretty often too, just like a kid she is. Tell me about Navia. I'm an old acquaintance of her father. Got a hand in her marksmanship too, if I do say so myself. Of course, she didn't learn it here. This place is too small. Any drawing of weapons isn't going to end well for anyone. If someone dares to cause trouble here, they will be sent away to start a new life in the ocean. No recipe for me. Only a recipe for pain. Yesteryear. Is it so hard to believe? Who are you? What? It's me, Yesteryear. Oh sorry, I must have gotten the wrong person. Too many people ask me that, so I thought you must be an old acquaintance. Old friends don't recognize you. Well, I had a short stint in the fortress of Meropide. Pretty petty theft and such. And when I came out, no one could recognize me any longer. They said I changed too much. Well, I certainly was a leaner sight in the past. It took quite some effort just to move chairs even. But unrecognizable really. I just bulked up a little, that's all. It's understandable. Really? Did I change so much? Well, I've got the pancration ring to thank for that then. When I first watched the boxing match, I couldn't help but wonder if I could ever have stolen had I simply been strong enough. After serving my sentence, I was invited to join the Spina, and I began to do some legitimate manual labor. Guess I'm finally on the right path, no? Hello, person in chat. Hugh! Wonder if Lucelle's doing alright. Lucelle? An old companion of mine. Could have lived free after I modified it, but then they took it away from me. There was no time to take anything back. Because then they gave me a new workplace, the fortress of Meropide. By the way, before Lucelle began to belong to me, it was a Gardamek with the guards. It didn't resist when I modified it, so I took that as consent. And that's how you landed a new job in jail. Yes. Even so, this job has some perks over my previous work at the Fontaine Research Institute. My time in Meropide was more conducive to creativity. To be honest, given the lack of complicated processes and boring summary meetings, even my daily meals were delivered by clockwork machines. Such an enviable situation. A shame, though, that the canteen manager refused to sell me that machine. Alright, such an innovative spirit should be praised. I doubt this is a compliment. No matter what, such an innovative spirit deserves praise. I have some materials of various sorts. Please take them. See if you can come up with some innovative ideas. Got some crystals. I'm gonna need those. Because Lynette's weapon that I want to use is one of the forging weapons. Actually, Albedo is currently wielding it. Because Lynette is wielding his weapon. It's the Finale of the Deep. And I already have, I think, 3 copies of it. Yeah, it's rank 3 already. So 2 more copies to forge. To max it out. But I also need to level it up. And we will be talking about it when I'm actually using it. Because it's a very interesting weapon.
Really boring.
Can you solve any problem? Theoretically, I do not believe there's any problem that can only be solved by force. When we of the Spina di Rosula act, I'm certain that we'll be able to resolve your issue with minimal harm. From things as small as living supplies and household affairs, to matters as large as factional disputes and savings, the Spina will do all it can for you. You're a bartender. I thought you'd give me something to eat or drink.
So, this is your base? It's not quite what Paimon imagined.
So, Spina di Rosula. Rosula obviously is Rose. Is Spina Anchor? Just going by the symbol. Anchor of Roses.
Your accommodations have been arranged. Under the present circumstances, I can confidently say it's the best we have.
Well, so much for my expectations.
Well, our funds have been a little tight lately.
I think it's more relevant to Spine.
After all, we don't allow illegal or unethical profiteering. In fact, our funds often come from citizenry who support us.
Seems like it's tough times for everyone. But if you have the support of the people, that does sound like it's worth it.
To be honest, our financial situation was a lot better back when my father was in charge a few years ago. I'm afraid I'm not quite his equal.
Your father... he was the previous boss of Spina di Rosula, right? How did he...
He dissolved.
Demoiselle, if you'll allow me to explain.
No. I'll explain it myself. I suppose I couldn't run from this topic forever. And as partners, this is something I hope they can understand.
In Latin, Spina is spine. The back.
My father's name is Callus. Yes, the same one they call Callus the Unfaithful in the streets.
You, music.
3 years ago, he was accused of murdering his own friend. But he chose a duel to defend his honor instead of standing trial. He died in the duelist's ring.
Oh no.
But I do not believe my father was a murderer. I'm sure he was set up. At the time, I believed that if he only stood trial and was duly investigated, something amiss would crop up and prove his innocence. But strangely, he not only requested the duel himself, but rumor has it that even after being seriously injured, to the point where he could be deemed as having lost the duel, he refused to surrender, determined to die in the arena. 3 years later, I still don't understand why he did that. How could he protect his honor if he's dead? If anything, he gave up his chance to defend himself.
Do you have any clues as to why?
The closest piece of info I have is that my father had been investigating the serial disappearances case at the time of his death.
Ah, so that's why you're so determined to get to the bottom of that case.
That's right. I've also tried to investigate the murder my father was implicated in, but I haven't found a single new clue in my countless reviews of the investigation records. However, I believe that if the murder case is related to those behind the disappearances, they must know something. I must know what really happened. Was my father coerced? Framed? Even if he really did kill his friend, I must get to the truth. If only he'd been more open with me when he was still alive. He even hid the fact that my mother died due to complications when giving birth to me. And now, here I am investigating his death. You really are a handful, aren't you, Papa?
Seeking the truth for the sake of your family. You know, we are quite alike in this regard.
Demoiselle, please, if there is anything I can do, anything at all.
Please, Silver, just look cool. That's all we need.
I also will never believe that Master Callus murdered anyone. There are none whom I respect more than the two of you, demoiselle. Master Callus did so much good in life, yet all it took was one murder case for him to be dubbed Callus the Unfaithful. Even our supporters decreased greatly due to that incident, hence our strained finances at present.
Wait, if Callus was such a good man, wouldn't people at least be a little suspicious when he was accused?
No. Perhaps people just revel in that kind of drama. It's not something exclusive to people from Fontaine, really. Everyone's like that. People love watching the evil turn over a new leaf, but they also enjoy watching good people fall into an abyss from one slip-up just as much.
But how could... never mind. If Callus was really falsely accused, we have to find the truth. He didn't deserve to have that happen to him.
There is one other thing. Master Callus's opponent in the duel was Ms. Clorand.
Oh.
Oh, her? Well, then, isn't that as good as saying that she was the one who killed him?
No wonder the mood was a little strange between the two of you.
Yeah, that's not the sort of thing that you can just let go and move on from.
Ms. Clorand has always placed great emphasis on the honorable nature of the duel. If her opponent doesn't yield, she will not stop either. She knew Master Callus beforehand and greatly respected him, but seeing how he was resolute in the arena, there was only ever one choice she could have made.
It's not that I don't understand her at all, but I just can't deal with this yet.
Don't worry, Navia. Paimon knows how you feel. You don't have to force yourself to do that.
How long ago was that?
Afterward, Ms. Clorand told us that at the start of the duel, Master Callus requested that she ensure Demoiselle Navia's safety.
Then that indicates that he intended to die in that duel from the beginning.
Yes, that is our understanding as well.
Oh yeah, he also has the rose anchor. I never noticed.
Oh, Papa. What madness drove you to ask the person who killed you to take care of me? All right, anyway, that's the information I wanted to share with you. Even if it did sound like I was just complaining towards the end.
No, it's alright. I understand how important this is to you.
Thanks. You two should go and rest. This was quite a day after all.
Yeah, Paimon's beat.
Please, relax and get some sleep. We will ensure you rest soundly.
Apparently, Spina di Rosula is rose fawn in Corsican. All the languages. But yeah, that makes sense. I think I have heard of Spina being used for fawn before. Not entirely sure in what context. Or spine, I guess, for rose fawns.
Whether it be responsibility for Spina di Rosula or Master Callus's death, it all landed on Demoiselle's shoulders so suddenly. This won't do. I must become stronger.
Sadly, you will never become strong enough to be playable. Because you are just not cool enough. I need some legal advice, Vitruvia.
To know how it works.
Hello there. Is there any legal service I can provide? You're an attorney. Well, I wish I could have become a champion duelist, but that's not happening in this life, I reckon. I can't fight like I really can't. I'm the type who can knock herself on the head with a sheathed sword. But if there's a talent I do have, that's searching. As long as the case details are clear, I can quickly find all the relevant legal clauses. Uh-huh. I'm gonna take your book about Robin versus Chesterton, Iridas and Bruges. And I think that finishes that book collection. Come, get my wares! You have not talked to the child yet, because she kept running away.
Adventuring underground is way
Where should I adventure next? Adventure, you say? That's right, my adventure here has been awesome. Everyone treats me well, especially the people at the Spina di Rosula. You're not from around here originally. I don't really remember. One day when I woke up, I was just here. Maybe Mom and Dad abandoned me or something. That wasn't your fault. I know, everyone here tells me that too. Everyone here is super friendly, and I'm living really well. And even if I don't go back, I mean, I'd be really totally okay staying here forever. She fell into the manhole. Oh no. Hey there, friend. Want to change your life? What are you talking about? I'm fine, thank you. You might find this hard to imagine, but many people in this world would love a chance to restart their lives. I can reset you back to level 1 if you want to. But a little change to one's appearance can halve the difficulty, and that's my specialty, see? There's a bright future ahead for this sort of research, and you look like the sort of person with an eye on the future, so would you consider sponsoring me? I'm a proper engineer from the Fontaine Research Institute, you know. Well, I was anyway. It sounds suspicious. What happened? Tell me the truth. Alright, alright. Yeah, it really does seem like I've got no talent for pulling in investors. But I really was an engineer at the Institute once, and it was my goal to use machines to pursue the apex of aesthetics. But an accident happened, resulting in some damage to one of my colleagues' appearance. And when I returned from my stint at the fortress of Meropide, I started living here. They told me that Fleur Cinder was a bit of a grey area, and that I might be able to secure some funding here. But as it turns out, that's not the case at all. The Spina di Rosula watches everyone here like hawks, you see. Watch as I get money. Let's rest. A peaceful night passes under the Spina di Rosula's protection.
Paimon slept so well. This place feels almost too safe.
Don't say that.
Huh? Navia? Where did the other two go?
Have you been drinking? You look like you have been drinking.
I sent them back to Poisson. It's Spina di Rosula's place of origin, and where we have our headquarters. There's not much for them to do here at the moment.
Paimon gets the feeling that you're just trying to get them off your back. But never mind that. When did you get back? Were you waiting here the whole time?
No, I just returned after going out for a while. I did some investigating yesterday regarding the name Vache.
Wait, so you didn't sleep at all?
How could I after having such critical new evidence appear?
Guess Paimon wasn't speaking for everyone just now, huh?
Unfortunately, this name seems to have been wiped from existence. It doesn't seem to have a match anywhere. I suspect that those behind this have already taken steps to hinder an investigation from this angle. But that does prove that this Vache person is a key witness in the incident.
Does that mean we're too late, though?
No. There is one ray of hope. One place in Fontaine that they would find almost impossible to threaten, no matter how much they wanted to. And that is the archives kept by Chief Justice Neuvillette. A place where detailed files on all the cases in recent years are kept. If the Oceanid you met is one of the young women who went missing recently, we should be able to find some related information there.
This is the first time the word Oceanid has been spoken out loud, because I thought it was Oceanid ever since the beginning of the game.
So Nervalette maintains an archive of case files? Whew. Guess that's the hard-working Chief Justice for you. In that case, let's go talk to him, shall we? Aren't you coming along, Navia? Did you get tired?
No, it's nothing. Let's go see the Honorable Chief Justice.
Do you not like meeting him? Once upon a time, in Fleur Center. Oh yeah, book complete. Also, more things. Oh, I didn't click that one. Where is his office? Not in the underground, despite it looking similar to that.
The Palais is right up ahead. Come on.
Always gotta check bookshelves if they have any books to steal. Fake door.
Please state your business here. The Chief Justice is presently occupied with official matters.
It's us. We are official matters.
Huh. This place does look pretty heavily guarded. Guess that proves that Nervalette's files are really secure.
Hey, don't you recognize us?
Huh? Who are you? Just to be clear, I don't care who you are or who you might be related to. Our rules make no exceptions.
See? They've got great discipline, too.
Yep. Paimon can tell. If you're here just to crack jokes, I can point you towards the exit. Unlike some, we're busy, so please leave if you don't have a reason to be here.
No. What I meant to say is, shouldn't you remember us from a few days ago? We were at the trial of the great magician Linny.
Oh, yes, I remember. I read about it in the Steambird. You must be Linny's attorneys. It's all coming back to me now.
We're here today to report and archive some information on a follow-up case.
Huh. Is that even a thing?
Of course. Don't worry. We're here on official business. You can trust us.
All right then, I'll let you through. The Chief Justice is just inside.
Thanks so much.
Just trust us. But first, gotta steal books. The history of the decline and fall of Remuria. More complete bookcases. Ah, so she is also here. Tell me about Lady Florina. There's a special entrance that leads to her suite, which isn't accessible from here. If you really want to get there, you can try jumping off the roof. Someone did once try to do this. Fortunately, his life didn't wind up in any danger. He's presently hard at work at the fortress of Meropite. Hard at work, you say? Monsieur Nubilet's time slots. No, his schedule is also very full. He can't always be found in his office, in any case. If you have a matter to put before him, please submit an application to the corresponding Gestionnaire, according to the matter at hand. The documents have been very clearly organized. I won't need to do any more, I think. What sort of documents? Ah, it's some communications between the fortress of Meropite and the Palais Meramonia. I'm in charge of sorting them out before handing them over to the Chief Justice. To be honest, the documents from the fortress have always been perfect. I just need to go down, come back up, and hand them in. Sometimes I can even get a nice meal at the Coupon cafeteria over there. No wonder a retired senior of mine said that you couldn't go wrong with this job. Ah yes, a job where you don't need to do anything.
Please come in.
In I go.
Sorry to barge in, Monsieur Nervalet. We only lied to get in because we didn't know any other way.
It's all right. Please let me know how I may be of assistance to you.
So you're not mad at us?
We're looking for a man called Vacher. He may have been an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. If we can find him, we may be able to unearth some key information on the case.
Ah, I see. In that case, please wait here a moment while I browse through the files.
Who knew that Nervalet would be so easy to talk to?
He does seem a lot nicer from both this chapter and the previous one than what he actually looks like. Like, he looks like he could be the final boss in a JRPG.
Unfortunately, I'm quite certain that no one by the name of Vacher has been involved in any case, criminal or civil, in the past several years. There are no records of him either in the files or in my memory.
Yes, that's that. So we're back to square one.
Traveler, what if it was really just a dream?
Is that so? All right then. Thank you so much, Monsieur Neuvillette. We'll take our leave now.
Ahem. Miss Navia, I can understand how you feel. Your father, Callus, was a truly exceptional man. We deeply regret his passing.
And what are you trying to say, Monsieur Neuvillette? Are you trying to console me? Extend your sympathy? Or just express some tendril of regret? No. You are not trying to do any of that. I can hear it in your voice. There's no emotion behind your words. You only said those things because you felt like you should. It's just like last time. After my father took his place in the duelist ring, I pushed through the guards to talk to you as a last resort. You even told me then that you thought there was something fishy with the case, yet you still allowed the duel to go ahead. In your eyes, the value of a human life is nothing compared to those cold laws you hold so dear. If you truly regret my father's death, then why didn't you call a stop to the duel?
Getting some use out of tears again, I see.
Why didn't you give me the power to stop him from throwing his life away? Why did you just let him die, despised and hated by all? Everything was hanging on a thread at that moment. Just the tiniest effort could have changed everything. There are still so many things I never got to tell him. So many questions he still owes me answers to. If you really have no heart, then just look me in the eyes. I, Navia, will show you the true meaning of regret.
I'm sorry, Miss Navia.
You and my father are truly alike. You keep all kinds of things in your heart and never say a word to anyone. It's not so much that you can't feel, but that you would never express anything. Oh well. In any case, everyone already knows full well the apathy of the Chief Justice. My apologies for taking my emotions out on you, Monsieur Chief Justice. Let's go, Traveler and Paimon.
Well, that wasn't very fruitful.
Navia, are you okay?
Oh, good. This town really knows when to make it rain to fit the mood.
I'm fine. Rain. It's raining.
You're right. Wasn't it still sunny when we went into the building? And there shouldn't be any active trials today. How strange.
It's gotta be that dragon.
Now that I think of it, on the day my father was convicted of murder, it was also raining.
Rain.
What is it? Did you think of something?
My father's case. Was he outside when it happened?
Yeah, he was outside. It was uncovered and the rain could fall there. Why? Do you think the rain could have affected the crime scene? That thought has occurred to us before. We've even expanded the search area to try to account for that, but didn't find anything of value.
But there was something you didn't know at the time.
Oh? Wait. You don't mean...
The fact that people can be turned into water. Imagine if someone turned the whole rain into the weird water. That would certainly be an extinction event for Fontaine.
So you're saying that the true murderer could have been turned into water and then got washed away with the rain? Yeah, and if that's what had happened, then no one would have believed your dad, even if he explained what he saw to the authorities.
I really think I found a true genius for a partner. You're completely right. How did I not connect the dots earlier? All right, let's go to Poisson. With this new lead in mind, we'll get to the bottom of my father's case for sure.
Yeah, we're gonna make progress for sure this time.
Do you want to go with me now? Or do you want to head over by yourself later?
But go, while the idea is still fresh.
Great, let's go then.
Wait, where? Poison. Thanks for just teleporting me here. I guess I should explain where we are. Oh, there's the city. There's some mountainous areas on this island, with Elinias being probably the highest of the mountains. Well, not quite the highest. That one seems even higher. And that over there is Poison, where we just were. Don't think we got anywhere close to any of this last time, so it's a bit interesting that they just teleport us here without making us walk. I mean, we did ride this track of boating last time, I guess. But that didn't let us stop up here. And Poison seems to be a hole in the ground. I have not explored that yet. I only went so far as to get the teleport point in here, which is right at the start. Also, birds.
I got every kind of fish you could want. What can I get you?
Let's have a look. Crab! Can buy crab. Finally. Finally some good crab. I'll buy these. Because I don't have many of them. Second underground place today, I guess. But yeah, teleport points right here. And then I just took this thing right back out. Because I looked at this and thought, yeah, okay, this is a lot.
Whoa! What a huge ship! Why would a ship be anchored at a place like this?
There's no need to be so surprised. While it may look like a ship, it's actually Spina di Rosula's headquarters. My father was the one who asked for it to be built like this. Perhaps our taste in exterior design is the only thing we occasionally had in common.
Gotta love boats.
A gigantic and glamorous ship embodies discovery, opportunity, ambition, and conquest. It symbolizes Spina di Rosula's bright and limitless future.
I think I'm starting to get why you like it.
And Paimon thought you were bluffing when you said Spina di Rosula had a glorious past. Paimon was confused why a group with such a history would live in the sewers. But now that Paimon has seen this ship for herself, she's been convinced.
Well, Poisson is where Spina di Rosula began, after all. It's our main base, our home.
Why do you like living underground so much? Any better shops down here? What are you hiding from? From the engineer?
Watch where you're going. You get hit by my wrench. It's your own darn fault.
Playing hide and seek? Or just being scolded by mom? Mind you don't get hit. Tools aren't living people. They don't know where they are going. What do? Oh, a youngster with menace. Looks like you aren't one of the blockheaded Spina newbies. I work with those clumsy idiots way too often to maintain a good temper. Of course, not that my temper was ever all that good. May I ask who you are? Right, forgot to introduce myself. I'm the technical advisor to the Spina di Rosula. I might be old, but my hands and brain still work just fine. Now don't let the headaches I get with greenhorns who keep breaking things fool you. I very much enjoy my work here at the Spina. Back when I was at the Fontaine Research Institute, I quit on my own. Too hard working with people with my crappy temper. As it turned out, that was a smart decision. Otherwise, you might have had to find my bones at the bottom of the sea. Things are different here. Doesn't matter if you're 8 or 80, so long as you have the ability, there's a place for you to use it. How fortunate. Yes, perhaps this is how fate is telling me you're on the right path. But as a former scientist, I have to say this is all too abstract. In other words, the right path in an orderly society should be one where people with proper capabilities gain recognition. Thanks for the teachings of order.
You get hit by my wrench. It's your own darn fault.
Don't hit me with a wrench. It's a big fish. Whoa. One step too far. Old man, I'd like to avoid you for a moment. Stars. Now, old man, I'm all yours.
Maloose, we're back!
Sorry for dropping in.
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle, and our most important partners. You said before that you still had some business at the court. What brings you back to Poisson so quickly?
About that. It's because my partner here reminded me of something really important. You see, what if my father's case had something to do with water from the primordial sea? You still remember, right, Maloose? On that night, it was raining?
Yes, the case was quite similar to that of Mr. Linney's. Both were what you'd call impossible murders.
The mastermind be the same person.
Could you tell us a bit more about what happened before?
Yeah, of course. Many years ago, something called synth began to gain popularity in Poisson.
Synth.
At a glance, it was a kind of drink that could excite your mood and produce many pleasant hallucinations.
Wait! Didn't that guard guy who turned into water also mention that the primordial water could be used to produce some kind of potion?
Yes, he did. Considering what we know now, it's almost certain that synth is created using water from the primordial sea. If you drink synth for an extended amount of time, you'll suffer many side effects, such as losing the ability to focus or control your emotions. And if you were to stop drinking it completely, you'll experience flashes of paranoia and anxiety while lacking energy to do anything. It's an extremely dangerous substance. As he oversaw Poisson, my father was compelled to put a stop to synth abuse and called for a complete ban of it.
Boss's uncompromising attitude incurred the synth vendor's wrath, but no matter how much they threatened or bribed him, he refused to yield. Not only that, Boss became determined to find the mastermind behind the synth operation and put an end to the problem once and for all.
Yes, but the enemy was very cunning. So he could never get anything out of the dealers, all of whom only sold the stuff and weren't privy to the rest of the operation. Recognizing that, my father decided to contact the dealers in secret and cultivate personal relationships with them. Finally, he was able to convince someone to become his informant. The man's name was Jacques. He felt greatly ashamed about his work after seeing many families destroyed by synth abuse. That night, my father hosted a banquet at his countryside estate. He planned to meet up and exchange information with Jacques over some food. But then, we heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. We raced to the scene and found my father, still holding a gun, and Jacques, who was already dead on the ground.
Huh? How did that happen? Aren't they on the same side?
Sounds just like Lenny's case, doesn't it? In both cases, the culprit seemed obvious, but neither appeared to have any motive at all. Looking back on it, though, I now believe the most important clue was something we all overlooked at the time. There were pieces of clothing left at the scene.
So they could have belonged to someone who got dissolved.
Precisely. It's all thanks to you that I made the connection now. Back then, we all just thought they were some costumes that Jacques used to disguise himself at the banquet.
I realize now we never figured out if Lynette's disappearing trick was actually just dissolving herself, or if there was a trick to it. We only explained the murder trick, but not how that one worked. Because if Lynette's trick also involved dissolving and then stop being dissolved, that would certainly be interesting. Because that would mean they also knew already about the water from the Primordial Sea and how to use it. But might be a red herring, indeed.
But, considering it now, it's almost certain that they belong to a third person at the scene. With one extra person, we'll also need to reconsider why the 2 shots were fired.
Maybe your father got into an argument with Chuck. But it's also possible that the third person was to blame.
You're right. We still don't know what happened. But my intuition tells me that we're on the right track to figuring it all out. I'm finally headed towards the truth.
Jacques was an empathetic man who was infinitely remorseful for his past actions. It's unlikely that he turned on Boss with 0 warning. I think this third person is probably the key to the full truth. On that note, however, even though this will not please you, demoiselle, as your and your father's butler, I must still offer a word of warning.
Cue the music again.
Our opponent is insidious and cruel. They are extremely difficult to deal with, and Boss has already lost his life trying to bring them to justice. Even though Spina de Rosula has lost most of its former glory, Poisson has welcomed a new time of peace, and we have been allowed to live out our lives. There is no need to follow your father's path. It would be both wise and in line with Boss's wishes to step back and give up on the case.
If that's indeed what he wished for, then he should have told me that himself. Was I not the closest person to him? And yet, I was the one most kept in the dark. What was the point of him dying without sharing any of the secrets he knew? Did he manage to protect anything in the end? Synth is still here. Callus the Unfaithful is still his epithet. And Spina di Rosula is barely getting by. Nothing has changed. Did he think I'd just accept his meaningless death and live out my life just as meaninglessly? I've never accepted that. Ever. Not since that day, and certainly not now. I want to find out the real answer for everyone's sake. For the missing girls, for the victims, and for myself.
Navia.
This is indeed the best moment to act. Your partner appears to be quite reliable, and more importantly, Demoiselle, I think you're also ready to take this on.
So you do know something else, Maloose?
Yes, I do. In fact, even before that banquet, Boss already knew of the connection between Synth and the serial disappearances case. But what drove all the tensions to the boiling point was the revelation that you, Demoiselle, had been selected as the next target to disappear.
Oh.
What?
Boss also didn't tell you that he had been diagnosed with a rare illness. The doctors told him that he had no more than 5 years left to live.
So he just went in YOLO.
And the serial disappearances case caused him great anxiety. 5 years was nowhere near enough time to resolve this long-standing conflict. But once he passed away, all the danger would pass on to you.
So he died quicker.
Knowing all of this, he decided to use one final intimidation tactic before his death. He claimed to have already gotten his hands on some key incriminating evidence for the other side, and even told some members of Spina di Rosula about the details. But as long as you remained safe, he would not share the evidence with the public. If something were to happen to you, then he and all those he told would immediately expose all they knew about Synth and the disappeared victims.
Right, so nobody would be able to get off scot-free.
As we've seen, Boss's tactic has worked. Even though Boss has been gone for a long time, the other side has not tried to take Demoiselle's life.
Until today.
No, I don't believe it. He never appeared to look sick to me.
No father wants their daughter to see them weak and haggard, especially someone as proud as Boss. To him, dying in a duel and suffering lasting dishonor as the unfaithful was still far preferable than losing face in front of his daughter.
So he chose to die in silence, so that he could protect me.
I'm afraid you're not understanding this correctly, Demoiselle. What Boss wanted to hand to you was not a parasol, but a sword.
Can hide a sword in a parasol.
If Boss's spirit could hear you telling me that you want to find the answer for the sake of everyone involved, I'm sure he'd be extremely proud.
That fool. Couldn't he have just given it to me straight? No. He might have set up everything precisely because he never thought I'd be able to understand him. Is that the amount of confidence he had in me? And what if I was never able to make it to where I am now?
He gave you the choice to live how you want.
Yeah. I suppose that's true. With the way he'd set things up, if I had wanted, I could have just lived out my life without a care in the world. But thankfully, he rarely talked to me about complex matters, and thus understood little of me as a person. In this case, he really didn't need to give me an easy way out. Huh. Maloose, what was the key evidence that he shared with you?
The murderer is...
It's the location where Synth is produced. Essentially, it's the enemy's headquarters. When he was threatening the enemy, Boss didn't share the specifics of the incriminating evidence he found. But if you want to use it against the enemy, you'll still have to take several things into consideration.
Why? If we know where the place is, can't we just go storming in?
You mustn't forget that we're fighting against a mysterious and dangerous organization that's been in operation for decades. There's no telling what might be lying in wait at their headquarters. We also have no idea what kind of evidence we may be able to find inside, nor what people we may be able to capture. But a single visit to their headquarters would be tantamount to a formal declaration of war. The worst case would be that we leave empty-handed, but also open ourselves up to full retaliation.
Then, in that case, why not work with the Fontaine authorities?
Well, you saw one of them dissolve during Mr. Linney's case. We have no idea just how thoroughly they may have been infiltrated.
Huh. That's true. Seems my father really had no choice. But things are different now. It should be a lot easier to prove the other side's guilt, now that we've connected Synth with the disappearances case.
You sound like you've put a lot of thought into this, Maloose.
I am the butler, after all. I live but to serve the boss and Demoiselle's will.
The butler's theme.
I've always been willing to take on any kind of risk for your sake. But considering my relative lack of ability, I've spent my time keeping secrets, performing basic investigations, and waiting for the right time to come.
Thank you for all of that, Maloose. Have you discovered anything new in the past few years?
Let me think. One conclusion I came to was that the enemy must be quite familiar with Spina di Rosula, or at least have an informant planted here.
Of course I know him. It's me.
When I announced orders to the organization's members on Demoiselle's behalf, I used to deliberately keep a few people in the dark and observe the reactions of the synth vendors. If the vendors didn't change their plans, then the individuals informed of our orders must be innocent. If the vendors packed up and fled, however, then someone must have given them the news. After several rounds of testing and investigative tracing, I've narrowed the suspect list down to 3 people. The first is Florent, Spina di Rosula's senior advisor.
Has a beard, looks evil.
Huh? Florent?
Yes, surprising, isn't it? He was one of the people Boss trusted the most, which also means that he was someone who understood Boss really well. Thanks to his position within Boss's innermost circle, he always knew our upcoming plans and could thus avoid capture this whole time. There's someone else like him too. Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières.
Has a beard, looks evil.
Uncle Marcel.
What is this Confrérie?
It's a guild in Poisson. Boss helped it to grow to its current size and prominence. In the beginning, they were only reselling some daily goods, but now they're one of the richest guilds around, with a lot of business connections in the city.
Also, the word I wanted to say was mustache, not beard.
So, they're like a sister organization of Spina di Rosula?
Yes, you can say that. When we were fighting against the synth dealers, they provided us with plenty of support. It's a bit difficult to imagine someone using their own money to hunt down themselves.
But that would also be the best cover.
The final suspect is Thierry, the man responsible for coordinating information between Spina di Rosula and the guards.
Can't be him. Doesn't have a mustache.
Although the guards mostly leave us to our own devices, there are still many activities we have to report to the local authorities. Since Thierry is always in the know about our current activities, he could theoretically always plan one step ahead.
I see. These are all people who I communicate with quite regularly. To think that the enemy we've been fighting against has been right next to me all along, among those I trust the most. It's almost too hard to believe.
If you want to investigate them, please take every precaution to not alert the quarry. Judging from our experience, the enemy is extremely cautious.
Of course. And thank you, Malus. You've provided us with a lot of great information.
You're too kind, my lady. I'm just doing my duty. And before I forget, proving Boss's innocence would also mean clearing him of blame in Jacques' death. After that incident, Jacques' wife and daughter were taken into the Spina's care. They still live in Poisson today. If it might help, you could also pay them a visit. I can make the necessary arrangements.
Oh, thank you so much, Malus. You really are the best.
A new case awaits, my dear partner.
Leave it to me.
I hope we can work together to uncover the truth and end this case once and for all.
Dun dun dun. It's time for another case. 3 years ago, on a rainy night, banquet goers heard 2 gunshots outside the house. When they reached the scene, Callas had a gun in his hands, and Jack had been shot and slain. Based on the investigations done then, there was no possibility that anyone else could have done the deed and escaped, and Callas was thus adjudged to have been the culprit. Not that they will use that mechanic only once. Yeah, true. I guessed as much last time, didn't I? But that is a lot of mechanic for a one-time minigame.
It is settled then. Please excuse me, and enjoy your conversation at your leisure.
Thank you for arranging everything for us, Malus.
Excuse me, miss. Do you need anything from us?
Squid. Angry.
Hey, Navia's all quiet. This isn't like her at all.
Let's not bother her for now.
I'm sorry that I only came to visit after all this time. After what happened, I didn't know how I was supposed to face the two of you.
Ah, if it's about that, there's no need to apologize. After my husband died, Spina di Rosula sent us a lot of mora and support. I understood your guilt and apology to be genuine.
But aren't all of those things nothing compared to the loss of Jacques? I can understand the kind of pain that comes with losing a father so needlessly.
You don't understand at all.
I didn't know how to face you, because I didn't know what I could possibly bring as a consolation gift.
So here's some money.
I know only the full truth could bring closure to you. And to all of us.
I'm sorry. I appreciate the sentiment, but you don't have to carry all that guilt. On the matter regarding my husband, my daughter and I have more or less found our answer already.
Would you mind sharing it with me? I really can't believe that my father could ever bring himself to shoot Jacques.
I always knew that my husband's money was earned through others' suffering. He told me countless times that if he could turn back the clock, he would never go into the synth business again. He had many regrets, and felt that he took the idea of providing for his family too literally. For the longest time, he thought mora was everything. So when Mr. Callas came to him with a proposal, he accepted it almost immediately. He tried to be as careful as he could, but even so, he was still found out by the higher-ups.
They found out about his betrayal?
What did we just look at?
Papa didn't say that exactly, but Papa did tell me that I should never be ungrateful.
Before he left that day, he told me that he had no choice. It was only later that I realized it was his final farewell to the two of us.
Wait, does that mean someone ordered Chuck to take out Callus?
I don't know that for sure, but you could say that's the conclusion I eventually came to. Which is why I'm the one who should feel guilty. Callus had always taken great care of us, both when he was still alive and after he passed away. Even if he fired the shot that killed my husband, it was likely in self-defense. It is impossible for me to hate him for what he had done.
But Mama, why is Papa still the bad guy if he did the right thing? Papa always wanted to be a good man, so why did he have to do a bad thing in the end?
Well, things aren't always as they seem. You still feel like your Papa was a good man, right?
Yeah, Papa was a really good man. The best in the whole world.
Then you should hold on to that. If a good man had to do a bad thing, then he must have had his reasons. Regardless of whether he left you a parasol or a sword. He must have done so to give you a better life.
Oh.
Repeating the words you just learned, I see.
Thank you for everything you've told me. I will definitely find the truth. The current state of things is not something I'm willing to just sit back and accept.
Thank you. I'm very grateful to hear this from you. Even though your personality is quite different from your father's, your determination when you speak is really similar.
You really think so? That's the first time anyone said that to me.
Jack's family believes that he has struggled greatly with the order to kill Callus. Did Callus act in self-defense, or was there more to the incident?
I'll leave my husband's case to you.
Thank you, Miss Spina, and Miss Spina's friend. Are you okay, Navia?
I'm fine. Don't worry. Let's investigate the 3 suspects next. Florence should be nearby, and we should be able to find Thierry and Uncle Marcel in the city. I'll get myself together on the way, so please don't worry.
We were looking at that earlier, right?
Greetings, boss. How may I be of assistance today?
The real evil guy, who has a mustache and a beard.
I'm sure you've heard about what happened at the Opera House. Someone got turned into water right in front of us.
Yeah, I've heard. With something that dramatic, I'm sure journalists will milk it for all it's worth. And it'll be all the talk for the next several weeks.
It also reminded me, on the day that the incident happened with my father, it was raining outside, and we found some clothes left at the scene. After my partner here put the dots together for me, I feel like we should try to reopen his case. Can you do me a favor and try to recall what happened that night?
Let me think. Mr. Callus was feeling pretty upbeat that day. So he was drinking and bantering away with us at the table. After that, he told us that he wanted to go get some fresh air. So we let him go without thinking much of it. Who knew that we would hear 2 gunshots ring out right after? My first reaction was that Mr. Callus's life was in danger. So I grabbed my holster and made a mad dash toward the scene. But when I got there, it was already too late. Mr. Callus was standing over a dead body with a gun in his hands. All we could do was look back and forth at each other, not knowing what to say.
Evil cross evil is not evil. Or evil times evil is not evil. So you're saying because he has a beard and a mustache, he cannot be evil.
So you
Makes
also
sense.
remember 2 gunshots then?
Indeed. The guard said that the first shot didn't hit anyone, while the second killed Jacques. But I've never really bought that explanation. Reason being, Mr. Callus had left his gun on the table. I even made sure to confirm that before running to the scene. But according to the guards, that doesn't mean he couldn't have had other guns on his person. About the clothes left at the scene that you mentioned, do you think there was a third person there who was turned into water?
Very possible.
At least from our perspective, my father had no reason to kill. So he would also have no reason to bring an extra gun with him. The gun he was holding probably belonged to Jacques, or a third person on the scene.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So you're saying Mr. Callus ended up with the gun because he seized it from one of the other guys? But hold on. If that's what had happened, then why didn't he share the truth with any of us? He didn't even want to face the Oratrice machine, and chose instead to prove his honor in a duel. Did he lose all faith in the courts after seeing someone dissolve right in front of his eyes?
About that, Malus told me a thing or two. So, I think I can understand why he committed to the duel. I'll tell you everything once the whole truth has been revealed.
I understand. Then, I'll leave Mr. Callus's honor in your hands, boss. And if I may just say one more thing. The whole Callus the Unfaithful epithet has been a thorn in my side since the day it was invented. Many people have laughed at me for still calling him Mr. Callus, even after so many years have passed. But it was Mr. Callus's trust that allowed me to rise through the ranks of Spina di Rosula and live the life I lead today. No matter what others might say, he'll always be the man I respect the most. And he'll always be my boss.
Don't worry. I will definitely find the truth. You and all our other comrades at the Spina deserve to know the truth as well.
Laurent, the advisor to the Spina di Rosula, claimed that he was very grateful to Callus for his kindness. He was also present at the banquet on the day of the case and can provide evidence that Callus did not carry a gun with him when he went out. Somehow I trust this guy.
My apologies, boss, for that last sentimental bit. It's just... many years have passed while I've held my tongue. It's not often that I get to share my true feelings with others.
Where does this lead? Oh, wrong direction. But I cannot stop this. Does it just lead back to the ocean proper? The Elton Trench. Boat has sunk. Well, there is air up here. Raiding veteran. The Grand Fleet's Gravekeeper. Where? What? Where are you? Where? Is it you? No? Yes? No, it's not you. Someone's killing me though. Aha, you were invisible. Gotcha. Fading veteran. That's the third underwater mid-boss I have fought. They're all based on the animals that can give you weapon upgrades. One of them I thought that I was kind of sad for not showing off was the crab. Obviously. And the other was a twin manta ray. Also, I don't have any keys yet to open these shrines. So I should mark this one because it's kinda out of the way. We're going down. Surely there's nothing dangerous by going deep into a trench. Fish. Graveyard of Ships. Pirates.
On a rock! Dumpty Dumpty, show them. Emerge. Cue the spotlight! Surprise! Yeah! Yeah!
There's nothing else here but lots of money, which I totally need. Ah, chest.
Just as I expected.
Yeah, otherwise doesn't seem like there's much here. Unless I can climb up all the way to that. I don't think I can. Where even are we? Huh. Considering there's light coming down, it should be visible from above then. I'm glad they're making me not swim everywhere. Even though the swimming is pretty fast. I missed. Obviously on purpose, so I could pick up this stuff. That's a nice jump out of the water. Hello there. I'm a diver employed by the Spina di Rosula, so I usually don't accept outside commissions. Sure don't want to get tinnitus.
Might as well take it easy for a couple more days.
Where are we? Oh, Tia is not here. Okay. In fact, he's right here.
Hey, Thierry, it's me.
Oh, now, what brings you here, Miss Navia? I've heard that you made quite the name for yourself at the Opera House.
Oh, so you've caught news of that already.
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm also a member of the Guards, you know. The way you make it sound, people would think I was sent off to Poisson because I had done something wrong.
Are you sure there isn't a little bit of truth in that? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't you have been called back to the city already?
I mean, where I work is really up to me. Let's just say I enjoy the ambiance of Poisson. Callus did a fantastic job running the town. building Spina di Rosula from the ground up and clearing many obstructions in my way. It would be next to impossible for me to find a similarly easy but high-paying job in the city. Anyway, enough chit-chat. Are these two friends of yours? You, here for some formal business?
Yes. These two are my partners. What happened at the Opera House made us realize that Linny's case and my father's may be related. We're trying to reinvestigate the details of my father's old case.
Ah, I get it. You think there might be more to the case now that we know people can be dissolved into water, right? I was also flabbergasted when I first heard of it. If you want to go through the original files from your father's case, I can help you look for them.
That'd be much appreciated. Thank you. Actually, I have another question. Do you have the authority to dispatch Gardamex?
Of course. Without them, I couldn't possibly handle Poisson on my own. Why do you ask? We definitely can't use them to forcefully get more evidence for your father's case.
Well, you see, just recently, we were attacked by a horde of unnumbered Gardamex in the city. So, if you hypothetically wanted to do something against me, all you would need to do is get rid of the mecha serial numbers and send them after me.
Navia, you're being not very subtle about this.
Then you think too highly of my abilities. Dispatching mecha is very different from controlling them. If I had to make an analogy, when you order a dish, the chef will make it for you. You can ask the chef to cook, but not to massage your shoulders or carry your baggage. If you try to make unreasonable demands, the chef would just think you're out of your mind and ignore you completely. The same goes for me and my Gardamex. Removing a serial number is also not as easy as you might think. There are a lot of complex steps to it, and it's almost impossible to keep it a secret. So I can promise you, those mecha were definitely private units. They're certainly not cheap. So, whoever their owner is must be super rich, powerful, or both. Now that you mention it, though, being in the synth business would definitely be profitable enough to afford this.
Makes sense.
Oh, then you're officially in the clear, Thierry.
Oh, thank you for the vote of confidence, Navia. Jokes aside, I'd like to wish you all the best with your investigation. I'll be staying in the city for a little while, so just come find me if you need any support from the guards.
Thierry is the person responsible for official contact between the Spina di Rosula and the guards. According to him, only the sufficiently rich can privately own large numbers of Gardamex.
I'll see what I can do for you in Spina di Rosula when it comes to guard stuff, but don't go advertising it to everyone else.
Unsure about this guy. Also, I wanted to check something, because I had a quick thought. Welcome to the hot springs. This is where I first encountered water that is too hot. I cooled it down since, so it's just a regular spring now. Aside from the fire here. There is a whole underground cavern underneath the pool where I cooled it down. And this wellness where I exited that place. Can I go back in from this side? No, the current is too strong, I think. Or can I? Whoa. No. It's pushing me back out. Where was the actual entrance? I think it was somewhere around here. Was it this? I'm not back at the trench, am I? Hope not. Somehow I did find myself back at the trench. That was not my plan. Underwater music, also quite fine. Activate all points. Challenge failed indeed, because I did not understand. Where's the red thing? Oh. Huh. There has to be an easy way to remember where I went. I'm too far away. Is it this? Oh yeah, that sounds a lot more like it. Grab power. Yeah, this looks hot enough that it was where I was supposed to be. This was not flooded when I first came here. I had to do a puzzle here. And here's what I wanted to know. The Iron Viscount! Spin to win! So these mid-bosses do respawn. That is what I wanted to see. The reason I thought that he might respawn is because I got an achievement for beating him, like for the boss right now. But when fighting the manta rays, I actually lost a character and got an achievement for losing one. And that requires the ability to refight it if you beat it on the first try, else that achievement would be impossible to get back. Anyways, this is a shield against shield fight. And I'm purposefully letting the cat die if it so desires. Didn't get an achievement for that. Oh well. Guess there's not a losing achievement for all of them. But either way, I must demonstrate all the crabs of Fontaine. And lose to all of them. As you may guess by the fact that I was aiming for the losing achievement, I did not lose anyone last time I was here. Goodbye, Viscount. And yeah, then through here. It was back to the well. And here is that current we could not swim against. Yeah, and that brings us back to the well. But in that case, I guess we can also show off the other boss I found. It was down here by this domain. Where's the closest? This. Just to heal up. Oh, this is where we were last time, I realize. Do you not heal? No, you are not a statue of the Seven. Yeah, somewhere down here. I think right up here. Yes, here are the twin manta rays. Gotta fight all of them with their own power. Medoro, Fairy Knight Twin, and Angelica, Fairy Knight Twin. These two take barely any damage. Except when they get connected, you can hit them both by cutting their connection. It took me far too long to figure that out, which is why I actually died to them. And I think by the connection they also can heal each other. So I really did no damage to them until I figured it out. That I was doing something wrong. Defished. Trying to remember. Surely they were in here. Maybe not. Just a lot of mech. Oh well. Not that important. I'm just glad I could refight those mini-bosses.
Can't handle your drink.
Hello.
How may I help you?
I'm here to see Marcel. Could you please let him know? You can just say Navia's looking for him.
Sure. I will let him know right away.
Navia, hello. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm not as young as I used to be, so my legs are giving out a bit.
Oh, it's all right, Uncle Marcel. There's no need to stress.
Ah, the one that is actually family. The least to be trusted.
I just wanted to talk to you briefly about what happened in the Opera House. I'm sure you saw everything too, right?
Yes, I've never seen anything so strange.
Oh, you were at the Opera House too?
That's right. I went there with Navia to see the magic show. Who knew it would turn into a whole murder mystery? I also witnessed your marvelous sleuthing work. Quite impressive. To beat the Hydro Archon at her own game on her own turf, I can already imagine everyone in Fontaine discussing your exploits over a few glasses of wine.
Oh, Paimon doesn't want to become the talk of drunkards.
Apologies. It's just how Fontaine is as a nation. Everyone loves drama and theatrics.
Uncle Marcel, you've also noticed that other thing, right? The fact that humans can dissolve in water?
Yes, I was reminded of your father's case right away. Is that what you're investigating now?
Exactly. I still don't have much solid proof, but I can sense that the other side has already begun to act.
Oh, and what makes you say that?
We were attacked on Araneus by some unnumbered Gardamex. And there was also an attempt to get me to drink water from the primordial sea.
If not for the vigilance of my partner, I probably wouldn't even be here talking to you right now.
Oh, you're giving us too much credit. Wasn't it you who protected us?
Alas, it seems things are heating up again. The peace that Callus sought so dearly will soon become a thing of the past. But rest assured, Navia, Poisson will always remain a safe haven for you. If you're scared, you can always return there.
Well, that is not what she's gonna do.
If anyone dares to lay their hands on you there, the Confrérie of Cabrières will use its funds to the last Mora to bring them to justice.
Thank you, Uncle Marcel. But I don't intend to go into hiding. I'm going to strike while the iron's hot. Do you have any new thoughts on my father's case?
About that. Sorry, my age is catching up with me, so it'll take me a while to recall my memory. The Confrérie was responsible for that banquet, so I was out and about the whole time making sure things were running smoothly. I didn't even have the time to drink with the guests. Then I heard the sound of a gunshot, and the rest was history.
Do you have an alibi?
Oh, it's okay. No need to push yourself. We'll ask around some more. See if there are any valuable clues elsewhere.
Sounds good. Just let me know if you ever need Mora. All my wealth comes from Callus's patronage and support. I'll spend however much it takes to clear his name.
Marcel is the leader of the Confrérie of Cabaret and was the organizer of the banquet years prior. The Confrérie and the Spina di Rosula have always maintained a close working relationship. Though his recollection of the events of the case is quite foggy, he is willing to defend Navia. Just moustaches. Very suspicious.
Ah, alas. Why do these kinds of things happen to the kindest people?
Hey, we don't have any comments from Paimon this time. Also, we are only missing one clue.
This can work. I'll just treat them as new samples.
Over here! Step on up!
We've talked to all three suspects, purely based on their conversations with me.
None of them sounded particularly suspicious.
Yeah, none of them really stood out as a suspect.
I suppose that's to be expected, though. If a single conversation's all that's needed to find them out, then my father wouldn't have needed to investigate the case for so many years. Anyway, even though we didn't make a breakthrough, let's still compile what we were able to find.
But where should we start?
Jack's motive.
Ah, you're right! Flora mentioned that Callus probably only ended up with a gun because of circumstance. That makes sense.
According to Jacques' family members, he already told them that he had been discovered, and that he had no choice before he left home that day. If I had to guess, he probably received an order from the synth boss to kill my father. Had he refused, he and his family's lives would have been forfeit.
So, Jacques fired the first shot?
If I was Jack, I wouldn't have fired a shot at all.
Oh? And why is that?
Could he guarantee his family's safety after killing Callus?
Ooh, that's a good point. Jacques probably already knew that he was just being used as a tool for murder. And once he had completed his mission, he'd be of no more use to his boss.
So, what would make more sense from his perspective would be to turn his back on the Order and seek protection from my father.
Seems the third person was the one who derailed everything.
Makes sense. But without evidence, that's still just a theory.
Well, two of our suspects ran out, or were out, during the incident. Although the one guy with the mustache and beard only ran out after the two gunshots.
Besides Jacques, the attack from the Gardamex has been bothering me quite a bit as well. It's obvious that our enemy has become more antsy after the secret of the primordial seawater was revealed.
Do you think he knew, even then, that we'd follow this lead to the end?
Given everything that's happened since, it's quite possible. But who among the three suspects would have the ability to control privately owned Gardamex? Uncle Marcel? My father did really trust him. And they worked together on a large number of projects. Maybe that's how he got to know Jacques. And with funds from the Confrérie, he could also afford a large number of Gardamex.
That is what I thought.
It's still really hard for me to imagine, though. After all, Uncle Marcel has been around since I was just a child.
Also, wouldn't this mean he has been spending a whole lot of mora and energy to fight his own synth business?
Maybe it was someone else. Florent.
Florent?
Florent.
It is true that he was closest to my father, and thus had the best chance of learning about his dealings with Jacques. But as Spina di Rosula's advisor, his work mostly deals with personnel and security, so he shouldn't have much means when it comes to finances.
So you're saying he's too broke to afford a mecha army?
Exactly. He can't. And even if he could, I don't think he would be able to dispatch a whole group so quickly.
Maybe it was all three of them together.
Thierry, you say? Huh. It is possible that he's figured out a way to convert the Gardamex for personal use. But I didn't feel like he was lying when he was talking to us about the mecha. I also don't think he'd be able to keep that kind of tampering under wraps.
Yeah, had he actually tampered with the mecha, we'd be able to prove it with a simple check of the guard's inventory. If the mecha were taken from the guards, it should be pretty easy to find out when and how that happened.
Who could it be?
I think... I think it's Marcel, but I'm not entirely sure. It's mostly because he's saying he doesn't remember well. Which could be a lie.
You know, if you think everything through, Uncle Marcel is indeed the most suspicious of them all.
I wonder if she would say that about each of the choices I could have made.
Could we be missing other suspects? Malus didn't know about the people turning into water thing when he narrowed it down to these three, did he?
Malus has always been very reliable, and his judgment of others' trustworthiness has been fair and well considered. When he laid out his case for the three, the rationale he gave me made a lot of sense as well.
Maybe it was Malus.
The suspect is knowledgeable about the Spina's internal affairs, has the means to dispatch Mecha to assassinate us, and possesses significant intellect and foresight. Even if I don't want to believe it, I'm starting to see how things could all tie back to Uncle Marcel.
He is someone who's very close to you after all.
Well, we still have another trump card on top of all the theorizing and speculating.
The synth production base.
Yes, Malus did say that charging straight in there would be extremely risky, but we don't have any other options right now.
Is it time for a domain?
We need far more solid proof before we can hope to go charging in on our enemy.
Navia, here you are. Oh, I've been looking for you.
Huh? Aren't you the guy from the guards? Did something happen?
Yeah. News came from Arrhenius just after you left. We've got another trial on our hands.
Oh ho.
Wasn't that place built specifically for holding trials? What's so newsworthy about this one?
Who is on trial?
I know. But they said the person they're putting on trial is a Fatui harbinger called Tartaglia.
Wait, child? You can't put a child on trial.
What? Is that someone you know?
What did he do? Aside from being himself.
Yeah, we know him. Maybe even a little too well.
Well, he's been accused of being the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. It's absurd, don't you think?
Wait, how? None of our investigations have had anything to do with him.
That's what I thought was strange about it, so I came to tell you the news right away. If the charge against him stands, then it'll be next to impossible to get the guards to support any of our planned investigations.
Right, because they'll think they've already found the culprit.
Yeah, and it'll be a lot harder then to clear Mr. Callus's name.
I understand. Well, partner, what do you think we should do? We still haven't found any conclusive evidence.
Let's split up.
Huh? Split up? What do you mean?
You can go to the Arrhenius, while I'll go investigate that place. I'm confident in my combat abilities.
Just as expected of my partner.
Guess we are not gonna bail out, child.
Since this is a trial about the serial disappearances case, the culprit's attention will be focused on Arrhenius, leaving his home base wide open.
In before, the Arrhenius is the home base.
You're right. This is our best opportunity. All right then, let's do this. I'll stall them at the Opera House and charge Marcel as the true culprit. I won't have any chance of making that charge stick, though, unless we find more evidence. It'll be up to you to make it back in time and hand the decisive evidence to me.
Leave it to me.
We'll help you, just like you helped us in Linny's trial.
Demoiselle, please allow us to accompany you.
I'm ready.
Ah, Malou, Silver. When did you two get here?
We heard that you'll be leaving Poisson and figured that you might require our assistance. It's our hope that your confidence will be bolstered with the two of us by your side.
Thank you so much. Then, let's make haste for Arrhenius. Paimon, Traveler, I'll see you at the Opera House.
See you then!
Combining the information regarding the Gardamex and the investigation results so far, it can be concluded that there is only one person who can have a large number of Gardamex in his possession and run the synth business without leaving traces. This person is none other than Marcel.
Now that Navia has set out for Arrhenius, we should also get going. The location has already been marked on the map, so let's head over.
Oh yeah, that's some... What the heck are you doing? I did some puzzle solving around here. We are over here at the outskirts of town. Find the headquarters. Find the entrance to the headquarters.
Info, the synth production base is underwater. Let's go and try to find the entrance.
Cannot pick up any water to get that flower. Too shallow. Not too shallow anymore. Wrong one. Did I get all three of them in one? Well.
Finally found it! Huh. So this is the entrance that leads to the synth production base. It sure doesn't seem out of the ordinary at all.
So we can talk underwater, huh? Well, they don't want it to stand out.
Ah, you're right. An important place like this is bound to have a ton of protective measures and mechanisms. Navia's probably arguing up a storm right now to stall for us.
Oh, we get to see both sides.
It would appear that I must repeat my question again, Mr. Tartaglia. Do you accept the charge that you are the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case?
Nope.
To be perfectly honest, I don't understand your country's complicated court system, or the reason why I'm being charged with something I've never even heard of. However, I did hear that people who have been charged can choose to participate in a duel to clear their name. Is that right?
Oh boy.
In which case, as long as I accept the charge, I can have an all-out fight with that champion duelist Clorend, right? I've got to admit, that's one of the most enticing offers I've ever received. When I privately sparred with her last time, she was obviously holding back. Real disappointing.
Hey! Don't you understand? You're currently the prime suspect for a major case. This isn't the place for you to be looking for fights.
Oh? Sounds like the Hydro Archon wants to lecture me on the ways of the Opera House. Then why don't you duel me too? I'm the kind of student that learns best in the heat of battle.
No. That's not what I meant.
Rena, possibly not much of a fighter.
Alas, it would appear that communication with the defendant is going poorly, and we have made very little progress. In that case, let me explain everything from the very beginning again. The goal of this trial is to determine the culprit behind the serial disappearances case.
That case had nothing to do with him. You've got the wrong man.
Huh? What's going on? Why is she interjecting again?
I told you it couldn't be one of the Fatui Harbingers.
Miss Navia, this is the second time you've interrupted the court proceedings. I only tolerated your behavior last time because you were able to provide the court with a key eyewitness. But that was an exception rather than standard court protocol. I can very well charge you with contempt of court for your interjections.
Oh, please. Did you ever think I had any respect for this place's pointless theatrics? We can put that discussion aside for now. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to charge the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. And if my charges prove true, then Tartaglia here will be proven innocent by default, correct?
Oh, a young lady has charged in and offered to clear my name. How fascinating. Well, I'd gotten half bored to death by all these rules and procedures anyway, so I'll take you up on that offer.
A child. Your chance to fight.
So, Your Honor, is there nothing else for me to do now?
You may take a seat for now in the audience, but that doesn't mean the suspicions against you have been lifted. Now then, Miss Navia, who is the person you would like to charge instead?
That person is...
And suddenly select someone completely different and throw it all into nothing.
Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières.
Huh? What confrérie? Never heard of them in my life.
I've heard of them, but weren't they Spina di Rosula's sister organization?
Oh, is this going to be a friends to enemies type situation?
Gotta love that.
Please let me remind you, Miss Navia, that charging someone is an incredibly serious matter. Committing to the charge also means taking on the legal responsibilities associated with it. And if the charge fails, depending on the circumstances, you may also be charged with the crime of making a false accusation. Knowing this, do you still wish to charge this man?
Yes, I do.
In that case, I declare the charge to be valid. Miss Navia and attorneys, please take your places on the court. Members of the guards, please contact Mr. Marcel right away so that he may stand trial. Mr. Marcel, you will not require an attorney. Is that correct?
Apologies. It all just happened so quickly. I still haven't figured out what's going on. I think an attorney won't be necessary. This is probably just a misunderstanding between me and Navia.
Very well. In that case, since both sides have now arrived, Miss Navia, please present your charges.
I would like to take everyone back to 3 years ago, to the case of Callus the Unfaithful. Only through elucidating what really happened in that case can we connect all the dots for the serial disappearances case.
Navia, do you really think that I was the one who killed your father? Come on, why would I do that? Callus was my benefactor, and remember, both you and I only ran to the scene when we heard the sound of a gun. If that's enough to make me a suspect, wouldn't that make everyone at that banquet a suspect as well?
I think there's no point in getting into the specifics right now. The audience doesn't even have the big picture yet. Even I'm struggling to remember some details of that case.
Exactly correct, Your Honor. I must refresh everyone's memory about that case before I can explain my charge and reasoning.
And as such, I can waste a lot of time so the traveler can get more evidence.
I see. In which case, I will recount the findings about that case as originally recorded by Maison Gardiennage.
Dun dun dun.
On the day of the murder, Spina di Rosula hosted a large banquet in a countryside estate owned by the Confrérie of Cabrières. During the banquet, all attending guests heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. When the guests arrived at the scene, they found the primary suspect, Callus, holding a gun, while his acquaintance, Jacques, lay dead from a gunshot wound. The guards' investigation did not recover any other firearms from the scene. As a result, they concluded that the suspect's first shot must have missed, while the second must have taken Jacques' life. The suspect did not dispute this conclusion, and also declined to defend himself in court. Instead, he chose to prove his innocence through a duel. Callus was defeated by champion duelist Clarand in the ensuing duel, and soon succumbed to the injuries. These are the known facts about the case.
The one with the motive to kill was Jacques, not my father. And even so, Jacques still had no reason to pull the trigger. In truth, the third person shot Jacques first, and was shot in turn by my father when my father seized the gun from him. After that, the true culprit turned the third person into water, erasing all traces of him from the scene. Thank you for the summary, Your Honor. Of course, the guard's conclusion appeared quite sensible to us at the time. However, we should revisit the case now that we've gained new information about the abilities of water from the primordial sea. Something's not right. Let me think for a little while longer.
Okay, I was just connecting not having a gun with not having a gun. No, because he did not have a gun with him. No.
Something's... A pile of clothing was found at the scene. The guards once believed they were used by Jacques as a costume to disguise himself. But now, it is clear that the clothes were proof that there was a third person at the scene, and that they were turned into water after committing the murder. Since it was raining that day, the culprit was confident that they could use the rain to wash away all traces of their dissolved accomplice. This assassin first shot Jacques, then turned to shoot Callus, only for Callus to wrestle the gun from him and kill him instead. The testimony of the victim's family confirms that Jacques had thoughts of assassinating Callus when he set out for the banquet. However, in the end he reconsidered, and instead shared everything with Callus, hoping to seek the latter's protection. Unfortunately for Jacques, the true culprit had already considered this possibility, and had sent out another assassin.
Went through it
Realizing
backwards.
this, the true culprit caused the hired assassin to dissolve into water, leading everyone to believe Callus was responsible for Jacques' murder. This is the true version of events.
So that's what happened. Wait, you're telling me something as dangerous as water from the primordial sea has been used for all these years?
What a great theory. It also explains Callus's and Jacques' respective motives. I guess they didn't shoot each other after all.
Mr. Marcel, you are the one being charged with the crime. You should provide a rebuttal if you wish to prove your innocence.
Ah, but I think I agree with everything Navia just said. In fact, there was nothing in her speech that directly implicated me.
Then, may I ask some questions? In my opinion, we primarily need to determine two things. One, do you have the evidence to back up your claims?
I'm afraid not. At least not at this very moment.
Boo! If you don't have any evidence, you should just go home!
I may not have the evidence with me, but I know where I could go to collect it. If we look up the deserted clothes against a record of people who went missing around the same time, we should be able to find a match. Considering the serial disappearances case, the guards probably kept careful records of all missing persons from around that time, regardless of age or gender.
That makes sense to me. Monsieur Neuvillette, I would consider this to be a reasonable investigative direction.
Why do I feel like Farina's acting a little differently today?
Because she's not in your position right now.
Maybe she's scared of embarrassing herself again?
Or that.
Alternatively, she's become more diligent after charging an innocent citizen in the last trial.
My second question has to do with the ensuing duel. If the truth is indeed as you described, then why didn't Mr. Callus explain himself in court? If he had testified that a person had been dissolved, he could have at least mounted a defense.
I've thought about this too, and the answer is actually pretty simple. He felt there were things that were more important to him. The dissolving power of water from the primordial sea is an important secret for the true culprit of the serial disappearances case. My father could have exposed it for all to see, but he chose to take it to the grave. At that time, Spina di Rosula was in dire straits, and his reputation had already been shattered. He had no guarantee that going forward with the truth would allow the culprit to be brought to justice. What was certain, however, was that it would paint a gigantic target on my back.
Boss once told me that Demoiselle had already been selected as the next target of the serial disappearances case.
What?
If the secret had gotten out, the culprit would have fought an all-out war with Espina right there and then. I wouldn't have been the only one in danger. All of us would have stood to lose our lives. Of course, the guards might eventually figure out the truth of the matter and determine that we were in the right. But what good would that do? How can a hollow verdict protect anyone? Had this opera house ever given my father any kind of confidence in its brand of justice, Spina di Rosula would have had no reason to exist. But by staying silent, we retain the ability to deter our opponents and continue the stalemate. I was able to become Spina di Rosula's president, which made me harder to target, as well as giving me more time to grow and learn. And once I have figured out the truth and stepped up to the challenge, I will do what this opera house cannot, and restore my father's truth and honor back to him.
So, you mean to say, your father intended to die in the duelist's ring?
That's right.
Do you have any proof?
Of course. All you need is to ask his opponent, Clarand. I don't need your apology, your guilt, or your support from the shadows. You don't have to do anything for my sake. But since he entrusted his will to you, Clarand, you should tell us the truth about his sacrifice.
So, during the duel, did you believe that Callus was intending to die?
Yes, I did. As a champion duelist, I've fought many battles and taken a countless number of dishonored lives. In my line of work, I've seen all kinds of people give their all for the faintest hope to continue living. Some were determined, others passionate, and some even manic and twisted. Just one look and I can tell if a duelist is hoping to live or if they're looking to die. I hereby swear on my name and honor as a champion duelist that Mr. Callus never intended to leave the ring alive.
Since that's your testimony, I have no more questions. It appears there really are good grounds to reopen this case.
I concur. However, Miss Navia, you still have not explained the link between your father's case and the serial disappearances case.
I mean, it's the dissolving water.
Right? What she said was fascinating, but kind of beside the point.
Wait, weren't they just talking about the serial disappearances case?
Of course, Your Honor. The two cases are connected via a matter of timing. In my father's case, the culprit intended to kill both Jacques and Callus. As a result, they planned to act after hearing 2 gunshots. And at the end of Linny's trial, the culprit also only dissolved the victim in front of everyone because they realized they were at risk of being identified. The culprit could only time their actions so precisely if they were already at the scene. Coincidentally, Marcel attended both the banquet and the trial.
So that's why you suspected me. Even after hearing your reasoning, I still can't help but find it a little preposterous. I'm used to it, though. You've always been an impulsive and sentimental child, Navia. It's one of your most endearing traits.
No need to appeal to pathos.
I won't try to refute your points one by one, but even if everything you just said was true, Can you prove that I was the only person present at both events? On top of that, does a person have to be physically present to control the timing? Can't someone remotely monitor the place?
Don't know what she can say to that.
I know that even with that, you might still think you can reduce the list of suspects with some further investigations, until I'm the only one left on the list. Alas, who won't feel at least a little hurt by an accusation of murder from a girl you see as your own daughter? But if I were to dismiss this completely, you'd also think I'm not being considerate of your feelings. Ah well, let Uncle Marcel teach you another lesson.
Fun. He's putting up a fight now.
Do you know what the biggest flaw in your reasoning is?
I suppose you're gonna tell me anyways.
It's timing again. I'm a businessman by trade. From that standpoint, there's no reason for me to kidnap young women. It's a high-risk action with nothing to gain.
I mean, is dissolving really kidnapping? Only if you put them in a bottle afterwards.
In addition, I left my home in Snezhnaya when I was young to come to Poisson and work in some trade. My business only thrived when I received Callus's patronage.
Another person from Snezhnaya. Are you a Fatui, perhaps?
But the disappearances began before I ever stepped foot in Fontaine.
I do apologize, demoiselle. This was my mistake.
No, it's not your fault. I'm sure he had come prepared.
Is there anything else you'd like to say? Would you like to check the date of my first business license against the first known case of the serial disappearances? You can also take a look at my border entry records, or ask my friends and family when I left Snezhnaya for the first time. Could those records and testimonies do something to appease the unspeakable anguish in your heart?
Seems like she got the wrong guy.
At this rate, Navia will be convicted for falsely accusing him.
I think you've done a superb job of dissecting your father's feelings as he neared the end of his life. But aren't you going against all of his wishes and expectations right now? He wished for you to become more rational, collected, and conscientious, instead of dwelling only on your own feelings. Once you've learned to be more considerate of others' feelings, and to stop rushing headlong into things, you'd have met most of his expectations.
This isn't just about me, and it never has been. The biggest difference between me and the rest of the victims is that I still have the ability to search for the truth, while that same agency has long been taken from them. The people whose families were destroyed by synth abuse, the people who lost their loved ones to the serial disappearances, and the people who suffered tragic ends due to their sense of justice. Many people's images are flashing before my eyes. I'm sure some are coming to those of you in the audience as well.
Now she is appealing to Paphos.
And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vacher?
Ha! That rang a bell. Critical hit.
Oh, so you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
Uh-huh.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Back to the other side. We are in the domain now. I was wondering why we entered the domain without being able to choose who we bring. But we can set up party here, if we so wanted to. Well, I encountered all of these enemies off screen, but you don't know them yet. Recon Log Mech, a machine created from the union between Fontaine's intricate device and special energy technologies. Based on whether it's imbued with Usha or Pneuma energy, the machine will operate differently in battle. When either energy is annihilated upon being attacked by its opposite, an overloaded state will be induced, causing the machine to lose energy and necessitate the use of emergency power to sustain low-end combat actions. Mecha Dog certainly can recon with its camera face. And I think that's the other one that's right here. Good thing they are in order. Arithmetic Enhancer Mech, a machine created to complement the energy defects and increase the operational efficiency of Clockwork Mecha. So this one buffs the other mechas. The usual Pneuma energies have different enhancive effects, and this machine can also periodically generate energy, allowing it to replenish the power of nearby disabled Clockwork Mecha that share a similar energy source. After the energy is annihilated by an attack charged with the opposite signature, it will induce an overloaded state, etc., etc. So dogs and flower.
Over here. Pew! Let the magic begin.
Right here. Emerge.
Step on up. Whoa! The floor is going up. Is it because of this mechanism in the middle? That guy really prepared a lot of stuff for this place.
This is a really cool place.
Paimon thinks we need to go up, but Paimon doesn't see a way. Let's take a look around. Maybe we'll find a hidden mechanism that'll show us the way up.
Or you know, maybe raise the water. In the power of crab. Not close enough. Anything else to break before we move on the correct path? No. Water cooled. Of course it's cool. I love the jump out of the water. Rise, tide.
The water level is rising. Now we can swim to the top. But this is still a ways away from where we need to go.
What are those? No. Area Alert Mech, a machine created from the union between Fontaine's intricate device and the special energy technologies. Based on whether it's imbued with Usha or Pneuma energy, the machine will operate differently in battle. When either energy is annihilated upon being attacked, an overloaded state. Well, you're not telling me much. Also, they're all Usha, so sadly, Lynette's alignment is not helping all that much.
Be amazed! Over here! Surprise! Think you can bully me? Let the magic begin!
Okay, now it's these things. Geological survey mech. Don't think it's anything different, right?
Look at you, Boozip!
Right here.
Trip on them! Surprise!
Rise again.
Now the path is clear! Let's go!
But they're just leaving treasure lying around in here. That looks like death. And that looks like someone bigger. I think so. Possibly both of them. Suppression specialist mech. A machine created, blah blah blah. All of the descriptions are the same. One of them has a gun, one of them has a shield. The description does not tell us about that.
Scratch that. Right now, right here, right now.
Cue the spotlight! Boing, boing! Can't handle your drink! Huh? Think you can book?
Emerge, right now, right here.
Be amazed!
Any more? Guess not. This looks like a ruin more now than a facility.
After all that, we finally made it to the innermost sanctum.
Guess this is the natural source of that weird water. It sure is weird.
Though, as expected, the mastermind isn't here.
If I'm not mistaken, he's being charged by Navia as we speak.
That's right. Then let's hurry up and find some evidence so we can get back to the Opera House and help Navia. What's all this? Aw, it's a bunch of really cute things. Pink accessories, a hair tie, a necklace, even a makeup box.
As a name, too.
Oh, Paimon sees it too, but why are all these cute things labeled with different girls' names?
They probably belong to the victims.
Huh? You mean the girls from the serial disappearances? They were brought here? And then they were turned into water. And all the boxes of things, these names, that means... Oh, this is terrible!
Missing persons' possessions. You discovered objects within the containers labeled with the names of those who owned them, within the depths of the HQ. The names here must have something to do with the victims in the serial disappearances case. This might be proof that this was their final stop. Cannot touch the magic lava lamp.
Whoa! There's so much synth here! And so many bottles of ingredients that probably just contain the waters of the primordial sea.
There's so many.
Mixing in progress, ready to drink, stock sample? Huh. They've also got all the synth pretty clearly labeled. Whoa, there's even fruit-flavored synth?
Well, that definitely proves that this is where they produce synth.
Yep, it's super obvious.
Synth, a popular potion circulating quite widely. It gives the drinker a very pleasant experience for a short time, but its side effects are equally strong. The producer uses these special characteristics to earn a massive profit from its trade.
What's this over here? Looks like some kind of place for research. Experiment number 16 aims to verify Jacob Ingold's research conclusions on the primordial sea and use his theory as a foundation to achieve a breakthrough. The experiment was a failure. No individual managed to resurface from the water from the primordial sea. Female specimens 22, 23, and 24 were dissolved.
Calm down, Paimon.
Sorry, Traveler. Paimon will try her best. It's just that Paimon's never read something so scary before. How can someone write something that terrible in such a matter-of-fact tone? You read the rest. Paimon's too scared to keep going.
The goal of the researcher is to save his lover, a woman called Yesteryear, was dissolved.
So that's why he did all of these experiments. Wait, did he really think he'd be able to find a way just by dissolving people over and over? That's just insane!
There's another name here. Vache.
Huh? Isn't that the name you heard by the fountain? Paimon thought he was an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case.
No. He is the researcher.
You mean Vache is the one who did all of
Yes, he signed off on a bunch of the experiment reports. The voice I heard from the fountain was probably Vignere.
So that's it! Vacher was no victim, but personally took his lover and... No, that's not it either! If that's the case, why would he want people to resurface from the water?
There must be more to this than meets the eye.
In any case, Paimon will write it all down.
Experiment number 16 aims to verify Jacob Ingall's research conclusion on the primordial sea and uses this theory as a foundation to achieve a breakthrough. The experiment was a failure. No individual managed to resurface from the water.
Let's see what's written here. Nothing escapes Detective Paimon's eyes.
Put on your glasses.
Callus. Navia's father. Oh, this seems to be an investigation report on him.
It's probably related to his and Chuck's case.
Yep, it's about finding someone to assassinate Jacques and Callus because of a lack of confidence that Jacques himself would go through with it. This should prove the existence of the third person, right?
Is there anything else?
We still have not determined the exact content of the key information Callus has passed on to certain members of his organization. The old dog's a real menace to deal with. Even if he abides by the promise he's made to us, he will still have the upper hand.
The old dog, huh?
He can act whenever he wants to make our lives miserable. The only option left is to remove him from the picture entirely. I concur. Let's send someone to kill him. He won't declare war as long as we don't touch Navia. Oh, seems like we've got a bunch of correspondence between the higher-ups.
Planned this well in advance.
They're all just so evil.
Clues concerning the Cullis case that were found inside the bookshelf. The mastermind did not believe that Chuck would do the deed, and thus sent a third party to ensure Cullis' death. Content that followed also defined the culprit's motive to some extent.
Oh, look! There's an important-looking basin over here, and it's full of water!
That must be the water from the primordial sea.
That means this is where they make all the synth! And that special water is the main ingredient! If you dilute it with normal water, you'll get synth, but the pure stuff can dissolve a human! Paimon will take notes on this incriminating evidence!
The pool found within the HQ is filled with water from the primordial sea. The mastermind can use this to create synth, and directly use it to dissolve people.
We've looked at almost everything here, and it seems like our theories were spot on, but...
Who really is this Vacher?
Yeah, we haven't found anything that reveals his true identity.
Maybe Marcel is Vacher.
No wonder even Neuvillette wasn't able to find anything. Whoever it is probably destroyed everything to do with that name a long time ago.
And changed his name.
That way, even if we bring all this back to the opera, we won't be able to identify the true culprit.
Clever. But maybe not clever enough. Let's look again.
Sure thing. Paimon won't admit defeat to this guy either.
Any evidence of my suspicion? Pool full of water from primordial sea. Countless sins were born of it. Nothing else here seems particularly noteworthy. Besides the investigation reports, there are also a lot of research materials here. It seems the experiments have been going on for a very long time. There is nothing here on Vache's true identity.
You take that side and Paimon will take this side. Check everything carefully. We'll find something for sure. Ugh. Nothing at all. And Paimon can't even find snacks either.
It's weird that there's no humans here at all, though. Paimon, I found it.
Whoa, really? Let Paimon see. Venier. Isn't that Vache's lover's name?
No, is it her diary?
Then you found her diary. Let's see. Aw, it's just a normal diary chronicling their love story. She was so sweet, too. Oh, Paimon feels even worse for her now.
Take a look at this page. She made a list of baby names. It includes Marcel, no. Yes. Mars-E-L-L-A.
So many! A whole page's worth! But they're all crossed out. Was she unhappy with all of them?
No, he was unhappy with them. At choosing his new name.
The final name she decided on was... Marcel.
You really should have written it with L-L-E. Like in the book.
Wait, but Marcel's pretty old. Has this case been going on for so long that he's Vache and Venier's grown son?
No. I figured it out. Let's go, Paimon.
Hey! Paimon still hasn't figured it out yet.
A notebook belonging to a lady named Venier. She records many stories of her time with her lover Vache. One of these pages, she prepared many names for the future child, and the name she settled on in the end was Marcel.
And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vache? Oh, so you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
Ah, so his whole Snezhnaya backstory might be made up. Because he has been living here as Vache. Ah, so he has been here longer. It all makes sense now.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Navia! We're back!
As expected of my partner. I just knew you'd return in the nick of time.
Just how often do you intend to flout the rules of this court?
Forever and ever.
It's all right, Monsieur Nervalette. Given their confidence, I expect they've found the crucial evidence.
Furina, you're on our side? I would have never thought. You say you've never heard of Vache.
But the truth of it, Marcel, is that you've always been Vache.
Important enough for Li Huan to talk herself again. But she did talk a lot, at least in her mind last time.
Huh?
We've investigated your lair and we already know everything!
Also, she did the objection pose.
After your lover, Yesteryear, was dissolved, you kept abducting young women to experiment on the hopes of bringing her back to you. You even created Marcel as a new identity, and destroyed all records of your past as Vache.
So that's it. Even the villains in opera performances rarely go that far. And with that, Marcel's motive has now been established.
This information regarding your past also dismantles your prior timing defense.
Yes.
Well, Marcel, do you know where you went wrong? You fixated your gaze on the lover that passed away, instead of paying attention to the living people around you. So, you never noticed how we changed, or how we grew as individuals.
You also never understood Boss's real expectations for his daughter.
Or our determination to see things through.
Your determination.
Mr. Marcel, please speak up now if you would like to defend yourself. Otherwise, the trial will move on to the next stage.
Do you really think I wanted to do any of this? Pay attention to you? What for? Have you ever paid attention to me? Ever empathized with my pain? Ever known how it feels to watch the love of your life dissolve right in front of your eyes? No one helped me. No one even believed me. All those decades ago, even the officers from the Maison Gardiennage were laughing at me. They said there's no way a human being can turn into water. So I must have gone mad from grief. Yesteryear's death was brushed away by all of you as if it didn't matter at all. Well, now you know, don't you? Ha! Well, it's too late now. All those who were dissolved are gone forever. You only have yourselves to blame. You set up this ornate opera house in pursuit of your so-called justice, your beloved drama, while turning a blind eye to the suffering of the people. Yesteryear is dead. We promised each other that we would always be together. Wherever she goes, I will follow.
Well, counterpoint. We talked to her. We met her. So whatever she is, it is not essentially dead. And that is probably true for all the others as well.
But I'm not from this blasted place, so I can't be dissolved. No matter what I do.
Huh. So still from Snezhnaya then.
Hey, is that water from the primordial sea that he's drinking?
I can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Do you all see? I can't go, I can't follow. So if I can't go where she is, what choice do I have but to try to bring her back? I did all of that, and in the end, that accursed Callus still got the better of me. I spent my entire life living on pins and needles, only to get stabbed by his idiot daughter at the very end.
The suspect is exhibiting signs of mental distress. Guards, please restrain him.
Don't touch me! Don't anybody come near me. I still need to save Yesteryear. I promise. We made a promise.
You come any closer, I will throw this bottle at you.
Yesteryear. Yesteryear. Please, Yesteryear. Don't think badly of me. All I want to do is fulfill our promise.
At this point, the verdict of this trial is clear. With Mr. Marcel's conviction, the charges against Mr. Tartaglia no longer have any basis.
Fine by me. I was in a bad mood, but after a show like that, I'm actually feeling pretty good.
Traveler, Please submit all the evidence you have collected to the guards, so that I might review and summarize the truth behind the serial disappearances case. The man now known as Marcel was originally named Vacher and worked as an adventurer with his partner and lover Vignier. During an underwater expedition, Vignier accidentally came into contact with water from the primordial sea and was dissolved in front of Vacher as a result. Vacher learned of the primordial water's existence through the work of others and began to kidnap young women for research, with the goal of discovering a method to restore Vignier back to life. To cover his tracks, he invented the new alias of Marcel and began to operate a business in Poisson. During the course of his research, Vacher discovered that a diluted concoction of water from the primordial sea can induce feelings of euphoria, and began to manufacture and market synth. However, as he accumulated wealth to fund his continued research and expanded the scope, he came into conflict with Spina di Rosula. After exchanging blows with Spina di Rosula for many years, Vacher decided to assassinate their president Callus at a banquet. Although the assassination did not go as Vacher expected, he was able to turn Callus into the murder suspect by dissolving the assassin he sent to the scene. And just recently, Vacher attempted to frame Linny as the culprit of the serial disappearances case, using a similar method. However, his attempt to frame Linny failed, and the power of water from the primordial sea became public knowledge. This case also exposed enough of Vacher's machinations that he was eventually successfully charged in court. Thus concludes the enigmatic history of the serial disappearances case, with the truth revealed to all. The Oratrice will now deliver the final verdict regarding the charges against Mr. Vacher. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Mr. Vacher is...
not guilty.
Guilty.
Yeah. I wonder how many more cases we will have in Fontaine, considering we had 2 of them right at the beginning. And surely there must be a twist at some point. But it's too early now, I guess.
Guards! Take Vacher away.
Like at one point, the machine and Neuvillette will say different things.
Good. It's what he deserves.
With that, the serial disappearances case is over now.
We really just witnessed history. Who would have thought the true culprit would be such a polite and well-spoken guy?
Yippee! We helped Navia bring the bad guy to justice! He's hurt so many innocent people, and now he's finally getting what he deserves! Huh? Are you okay?
Navia.
Demoiselle, you were absolutely brilliant.
The day our late boss had always hoped for has finally come. You can rest easy now, knowing justice has been served.
Yeah. Yeah. It's finally over. It's all thanks to you guys. And my partner. See, Papa? Spina di Rosula's still doing well with me at the helm.
Well now, hasn't this been a most delicious piece of drama? The villain has been caught, justice has been served, past wrongs have been righted, and it's a big ol' happy ending. Since it's been such a great show, I'll just let the false accusations against me slide. Either way, I've still got some business to attend to. So, if you'll excuse me...
Please wait just one moment, Mr. Tartaglia.
What now? None of this has anything to do with me.
According to court protocol, since this trial was initiated due to a charge against you, a verdict must also be made regarding the initial charge before the trial can conclude.
Oh, come on. Is this really necessary? Haven't you already caught the real criminal? Isn't it time for side characters like me to exit stage left?
Please respect the laws of Fontaine. This has always been the rule.
Oh no.
All right, but this sure is a lot of hassle. All I need to do is stand over there, right? Let's just get this over with.
Through evidence presented in the public trial that was just held, it has been established that Mr. Tartaglia has no direct connection to the serial disappearances case. The guilty party has been identified, and thus it is logical to suppose Mr. Tartaglia is innocent of the charges. We now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
Is it now?
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Mr. Tartaglia is guilty.
What?
Hey! That's not funny! Didn't you just say I'm supposed to be innocent? What's with this verdict? Is your justice machine malfunctioning?
Huh? This has never happened before. The Oratrice actually returned a different verdict from the Chief Justice.
I mean, have you ever heard of an innocent Fatui Harbinger? Do you think the Oratrice might have just convicted him on general principle?
Maybe he has done something to contribute to the end goal that we do not know about, but the machine does.
But weren't the charges about the serial disappearances case? No matter what else he's guilty of, it shouldn't affect the verdict in this case, right?
Carl has been declared guilty by the Oratrice. Just what is going on here?
The judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale is, by law, the final verdict of the court. We must accept the guilty verdict. Guards, please take the suspect into custody per court protocol.
So this is how justice is done in Fontaine. What a joke. You've got your rules. Well, I've got mine too!
He's activating his spell legacy!
I am sorry. If you have been wronged, we will find the truth. But the rules of the court must be upheld.
My oh my.
Hey, Monsieur Nouvelette, what's going on? Shouldn't they have been cleared already?
Seems this guy is not to be underestimated. Also, worth noting that Tartaglia did all of that fighting without his vision. Guess he didn't need that. I mean, he didn't use any Hydro. He used Electro, which I guess is coming from his delusion.
Apologies. This is also the first time I've encountered such a situation. However, according to the rules established at the conception of Fontaine's court system, the Oratrice's judgment is the final verdict of the court. All I do is follow court procedure. As for why the Oratrice arrived at the conclusion it did, you should probably ask someone more knowledgeable than me.
Even the Chief Justice doesn't know. Then we have no choice but to ask the Archon herself. Hey, bingo! We got what we wanted.
Why are you looking at me? I had nothing to do with it! I don't know what happened there either. Hey, stop staring at me!
Farina getting quite furious.
What does Lady Farina mean by that?
She says she has no idea either, but that's impossible. Didn't she create the Oratrice herself?
Yeah, so are the verdicts reliable or not? Can results like this really be called justice?
Did you create it? Did your predecessor?
My dearest citizens, did you really think we'd allow an incorrect verdict to be handed out in this court? Did you really believe that the judgment could be mistaken or be the result of some sort of random mishap? Don't tell me you thought even I had been blindsided by the Oratrice's result.
But the way she looked just now, it was pretty obvious she had no idea what was going on.
Two different eye colors. Does she have a split personality?
However, given the state of things, I shall give you an explanation. Everything that just took place, including my supposed shock and bafflement, was a part of an elaborate performance, with every action meant to stir up drama and excitement.
Sure.
And, of course, for every performance there is a script. Everything has unfolded exactly as I expected from the very beginning. As the embodiment of the very concept of justice, the Oratrice shall never render an arbitrary judgment! If you thought Child had nothing to do with the serial disappearances case, it is only because you've been blinded by the superficial appearance of innocence. Everything he's done, not to mention the danger he poses, are beyond ordinary comprehension and completely unforgivable! All shall be revealed in time. You will come to understand my noble intentions, as well as the absolute correctness of the Oratrice's verdict. Now, having said that, although I hate to leave things hanging in suspense, it is now time for this performance to end. As the lead actress, I shall be the first to take my leave. Toodaloo!
Boy. She is so very punchable.
So she chose to make her escape after all, did she?
Not open to any questions. Just lay a lot of words on us and leave.
So you're saying we shouldn't put much stock into what she just said?
She probably just put on that performance to save face. As for the truth, it's unlikely that she actually has any idea.
Okay, maybe she's just really talking a lot to distract us from the truth. Way to pull the rug out from under her.
However, please be assured that I will continue to investigate this case in a personal capacity. Just as I promised, if the judgment has been incorrect, we will do our utmost to clear his name.
That I won't visit again.
Alright. Even though we feel pretty badly for him, we'll take your word for it for now. After all, he's done plenty of bad stuff, so he should have known he'd go to prison someday, right?
Tragedy repeats itself.
Oh, Monsieur Neuvillette! That power you showed when you took him down. Who are you really?
He is the judge, and he is judgment.
I'm the Chief Justice of Fontaine, of course. If officers of the law lack the strength and capability to enforce it, then it makes a mockery of justice.
You say so. Can't climb that. I assume nobody else has any comments, huh?
Hey, what are you doing? Quick, stop him!
Traveler! Hey! Traveler!
Marcel! What are you doing over here?
Stop resisting arrest! Cease, or we'll add another charge to the list.
No, wait! I just want to ask the Traveler something. I'm not looking to run away. Please, just let me ask this one small thing.
Go on.
Thank you. I was being led away when I finally realized something. Where did you first hear the name Vacher?
Ha!
I erased all records of that name. So, unless...
Are you still trying to prove your innocence? Give it up. You've already been convicted.
Yes. I met her.
Really? You did? You're sure? You met her? But how could that be? How did you manage to do it?
It was around the Fontaine of Lucine. Something to do with my sensitivity to the hydro element.
The Fountain of Lucine? Then she's been so close to me all along. And I just never... Please give me a chance to talk to her again. Just let the Traveler take me to the fountain to see her one last time. This is the last request I'll ever make in my life. You can do whatever you want to me afterwards. I don't care.
What? Give an inch and you want to take a mile? Do you think serial killers get to make requests like that?
Paimon agrees. Why should we give him what he wants when he's only done a ton of super terrible things?
This request, is it worth as much to you as your life?
Of course! Wait, no. It's worth even more than my life.
Humans, will they betray the instinct to live just to satisfy spiritual needs?
Right. Last time you said you have been around for a really long time. What the hell are you? Neuvillette.
Very well. I will grant your request.
Your Honor, I fear that...
I will go with him. You do not need to worry about any escape.
In that case, I shall leave him in your most capable hands, Chief Justice.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Must be another Kenrian or something. My first thought was that he might be a machine. Just another machine made by the Archon. So it would be two machines giving the final verdict. Wouldn't that be funny? And the machines then decided to have both different answers.
Is this the place? You said she's here, but what do I need to do to see her?
Back then, I drank water from the primordial sea. It heightened my sensitivity to the hydro element.
Yeah, and even Paimon could hear her after drinking that thing. Didn't you just drink a lot of it on the stage as well? Oh, in that case...
Vache!
Ah!
Yes, that's it! So you heard it too!
Vignier, it's me! It's me, Vache!
Vache? Vache?
I'm here! I'm here! Where are you, Vignier? I'm coming for you. I'm finally here for you.
Hey, wait! Be careful! Hey, wait!
Vignier, is that you? It's me, Vache! Vignier!
Vache? Why did you come? Didn't I say? You don't need to look for me. You look a lot older than I remember. How long has it been?
It's been more than 20 years. I've suffered for over 20 years since the day you left. All this time, only the thought of bringing you back has kept me alive. Nothing else mattered to me. I must be dreaming. Who would have thought I'd get the chance to tell you all of my feelings like this? Vignier, you are my everything. I really don't know how I could live without you.
But Vache, if you ask me, this world would be better off without you.
Oh my.
What are you saying?
If not for you, I would have finished my law degree and probably become a top-tier attorney one day.
Got a slap in the face by that Finn.
If not for you, I would have continued to pursue my love of the arts, and my works would have been displayed in the Palais Mermonia itself. If not for you, I would at least have been able to take care of my mother. And she would not have grown old and died alone, with nothing but the tears on her cheeks. It's all because of your selfishness, Vache. It's all because of you.
You... Wait, you are not Vignier. Who are you?
You're right. I am not Vignier. I am the sacrifices.
Oh. Oh. They've all fused together.
Every woman who died by your hand, as our bodies dissolved, our consciousnesses flowed back to the primordial sea. Our thoughts circulated endlessly within the primordial sea, and we were no longer individuals. But we became one, just as streams of water come together in the sea. I'm Cressy. I'm Lemony. I'm Azine. The only one I am not is Vignier.
Why? But then, where is Vignier?
She doesn't want to see you anymore. Every tendril of her consciousness is avoiding you. This is what you get for your selfishness. Your selfishness robbed us of our lives and our futures. You said time and time again that you'd do any and everything for her. But did you ever consider whether she'd want to see you do the things that you did? If she would despise you for what you became? You are a liar, a heartless murderer, and a cowardly narcissist. The only thing you are not is Vigniere's beloved. From the moment your first victim died and her consciousness merged with Vigniere's, she has had nothing but pure hatred for you.
Looks like I didn't meet Vigniere back then either. He must have wanted me to lure myself here from the very beginning.
No! Yeah! She can't hate me. Let me see her, please! Have mercy!
You still don't understand. When I said don't look for me, that came from the real Vigniere. She really doesn't want to see you anymore. But on top of that, she also said that because it's her final drop of pity for you. She said that because she knew that if you did come here, we will show no mercy to you.
Rest in pieces.
Vache. Vache? Vache. 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 Drown.
And then it was a horror game.
Finally, we have some time to do shopping. Gosh, it's really been a long time since we've been able to relax.
Shopping is stressful in its own way, though. My legs are killing me.
Huh. Well met, partner. I knew something great was going to happen when I woke up in such a good mood today.
But it's raining.
Even this weather can't put a damper on the demoiselle's mood.
It's a pleasure to see you both again.
Oh, hey, Navia! It's been a few days. Paimon's already started to miss you.
Penguins!
Oh, now that I believe. I'm easy to work with and always bring home the bacon. Who wouldn't treasure having a partner like me?
Sounds like you're really enjoying life these days, Navia. What have you been busy with since the trial?
It's just been one thing after the other. I've been making non-stop trips between Poisson and the courts in Sen. Everyone from Spina di Rosula organized a memorial for my father. We never held a memorial when he first died, since everyone knew that even if we held one back then, no one was going to come. This time, though, everyone in Poisson, and even many people from the court, all attended.
So his name's definitely been cleared now. That's what we like to hear.
It's been the dearest wish of Demoiselle all along.
That blasted stubborn fool. I was right to put my faith in him. I'm so glad I didn't give up on the case all those years ago.
Things turned out as well as they could have. Aside from Child being in jail.
Oh, by the way, I ran into Charlotte just after I left the memorial service. Well, maybe it'd be more accurate to say I knew she would be there, and there was no way she'd just let me go.
Huh? So you know Charlotte too? The Charlotte? Journalist from the Steambird?
Yeah, way back when I first became the president of the Spina di Rosula, she was all over me. Wouldn't take no for an answer. I believe the story was called The True Heart of Darkness, Secret Tales of the Yellow Rose. To be fair, though, it was a really flattering feature. So, we've been on pretty good terms ever since. She was trying to lean on our friendship to get me to do an exclusive piece on the serial disappearances case.
Oh yeah, she told us about that. She's always been super interested in that case, so now her wish has finally come true too!
Anyway, I told her to make sure that when she writes about you guys entering the Opera House with the critical evidence, that you both sound really cool.
Now that's another thing to look forward to! We trust Charlotte's skills with a pen for sure!
Oh, and in other news, I also took Clarand out for a meal.
Ah, making up with everyone.
Oh, are you two on better terms now?
While you were investigating Vache's headquarters, Clarand gave testimony on my father's behalf. It was thanks to her that we were able to turn the tide. I wanted to thank her. I mean, there's also no point in being awkward all the time, so we took the chance to reconcile with each other.
Oh, that's great! Paimon also thought Clarand wasn't actually a bad person. It's always good to have more friends.
Anyway, now that the case has finally been solved, perhaps it will slowly begin to fade from the public consciousness. Oh, actually, there's still one last thing I need to do.
What is it?
I should pay a visit to my father's grave, and tell him the truth of what happened, as well as how it all ended. And on top of that, just how much people still look up to him, to this day. That includes me, too.
Miss Navia.
Indeed.
Can I come too?
We want to go too! We also think Callus is a really admirable person.
Sure thing. I'd like you two to share the moment with me. After all, without you, there might not have been such a positive ending.
And in that case, everyone, let's be off. Considering the recent weather, we'll be lucky if we can reach Poisson before dark.
Yeah, you're right. It's been raining non-stop for a few days now.
It's almost like the weather knows what mood it is supposed to be.
This is where my father's grave is. To be perfectly honest, even I haven't been back here for a long time.
Huh? There's someone there already. Wait. That figure. It can't be... Isn't that Nervalette? Why would the Chief Justice be here? Huh? Navia?
My apologies. I should have asked before coming to pay my respects.
Don't say that.
Sorry about that.
Oh, I was trying to say there's no need for you to apologize. I wanted to show my father how much I've grown, but still, I doubt I've grown to the point that even the Chief Justice would feel compelled to apologize to me over and over.
In that case, I will stop apologizing for now.
You really could use some pointers on understanding human emotions, Monsieur Nervalette. In any case, why did you come to Poisson?
Well, ever since that day, I've been turning a question over and over in my head. Just what is justice anyway? There was once a time when I didn't want to believe that there could be anything more important to humans than life itself. Oh, rather than that, it's probably more truthful to say I didn't believe humans were capable of resisting the most basic instinct of living things. That they could rebel against their own nature, or consider certain things to be more important than their own lives. Which is also why I didn't stop your father from beginning that fateful duel. I believed that a truly innocent man would never throw away his life like that. That there was nothing, should have been nothing more important than one's own continued survival. But Mr. Callus proved me utterly and decisively wrong. If not for his sacrifice, the serial disappearances case would have remained unsolved to this day. Mr. Callus made the choice he did for his daughter, for his associates, and for many people completely unrelated to him. And in the end, from a certain perspective, one could say that he did it all for the sake of justice. A justice that's higher than life itself. So, you asked me why I came here. I just wanted to say my apologies to Mr. Callus in person. I should have noticed all of this much sooner. This regret has filled me with a sadness that has haunted me for days. That high and mighty chair in the Opera Epiclese indeed insulates one from many important things. Spina di Rosula, thank you so much for your hard work and perseverance.
I'm sorry for being mad at you before. So, you're actually one of those types that's cold on the outside, but pretty thoughtful on the inside, huh? That reminds me of Silver, one of my guys.
Sorry about that. Self-expression is not one of my strong suits.
In that case, New Ballet, would you like some sunglasses? I think they would fit you.
Didn't I just say you don't need to apologize?
Ah, so Navia and Neuvillette seem to have made their peace as well. Let's not disturb them for now. We can wait till after they're done. Paimon's never paid respects at someone's grave before. Did Paimon do anything rude there?
Well, you're not usually supposed to fly around someone's grave.
Huh? Oh, Paimon didn't know that was a thing. But Paimon doesn't know what she would do if she can't fly. Oh no. Paimon hopes Miss Navia won't be too mad.
Wow, she took it seriously.
Anyway, Neuvillette is still standing around there. It's not often that we can catch him alone like this, so why don't we go talk to him for a bit? If we can't talk to Lady Farina, we can at least talk to him, right?
Also, I guess Paimon was in a very serious mood that jokes didn't affect her.
Paimon's really sorry, Navia, but Paimon did something pretty disrespectful just now.
What are you saying, Paimon? I don't think I get it.
Well, aren't you not supposed to fly around someone's grave?
Huh? Who told you that?
Hey, Traveler! Why did you mess with Paimon again?
Oops. Guilty as charged. But also, Paimon, why do you even have legs if you never use them?
Oh, it's you two. Did Miss Navia invite you to come pay your respects to her father?
Mm-hmm. We ran into Navia on the streets today, so we just followed her here.
I see, I see. Then is there something that I can help you with?
Well, it's pretty hard to run into you like this since you're usually super busy. So we figured we could try to ask you a few questions, if that's okay.
Please feel free. Though outsiders, you helped us solve one of the greatest mysteries in Fontaine, and it would be my pleasure to return the favor.
About water from the primordial sea.
So, at court, the bad guys referred to that special water as water from the primordial sea, but what is it really?
Truthfully, that name is already quite accurate. I can only surmise that Vacher and his ilk only learned of its nature and existence after extensive research. There used to be a special sea on the surface of this planet. The nature of its seawater was rather different from that of the sea we know today. Most of Tevat's life forms were first born in that special sea. You could say it nurtured much of the life on this planet.
Huh. So it really was where everything began. It makes sense to call it primordial then.
But today, the primordial sea no longer exists on the planet's surface. What Vache discovered must have been some kind of special case, or a remnant from a truly ancient age.
Huh. So that's how it is. Oh, you really know everything, Monsieur Neuvillette. But if that's the case, then why would people, at least people from Fontaine, dissolve in that kind of water?
Indeed. Why would the primordial sea, which was known to engender and nurture life, suddenly reverse itself and devour life instead?
Also, on only such specific people.
To be frank, that also doesn't match my understanding of this world and its laws. There must still be some unknown secrets around the people of this land. Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
About the prophecy that has been circulating around Fontaine.
That the sea levels will rise and everyone will be dissolved in water, leaving Farina crying alone on her throne, but the sins of the people will be finally washed away for good. Does that appropriately summarize the version you've heard?
That's right! It was Linny that told us back then. And that about covers all the main points.
Yes, up to the present, I think we reached a point where we have no choice but to confront this prophecy directly. Rumors have it that this prophecy is rooted in the last words the former Hydro Archon left to the world before she passed away.
A prophecy? Of the former Hydro Archon? Wow. This is the first time that we've ever heard of it.
2 parts of the prophecy have already proven correct. The rising sea levels and the ability of the people of Fontaine to be dissolved. We should be more vigilant and stay on the watch for further signs. Speaking of the prophecy, Farina has also always taken it quite seriously. Indeed, she has been collecting information and intelligence from across Tevat for this purpose.
Wait. Sorry, I'm backpedaling quite a lot, but... Lynette's dissolving trick cannot work with the water from the primordial sea, because she is not from Fontaine. Lynette could have never been dissolved, because she is from... Wait, or is she? She's a Fatui, but is she from Fontaine? I'm not actually sure right now. Where was she an orphan? Here or in Shnesnaya? Can be Fatui, but not from Shnesnaya, I guess. Yeah. I guess her backstory could have happened here. Never mind.
If the rumors were true, then perhaps this prophecy is the conundrum left to Farina by her predecessor.
But with Farina being the way she is, can we really trust her to solve it?
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
Not gonna answer that one, are you, Neuvillette? Her name sure sounds French. Yeah, true. About child.
My apologies. My investigation has still not reached its conclusion. However, I still believe the judgment of the Oratrice was not rendered arbitrarily.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he somehow contributed to the missing people's case. Possibly even without knowing himself.
But you also said you thought he was innocent.
For many years, I have been quite aware that the Oratrice does not simply mechanically repeat the verdict that I give on each case. As a divinely created mechanism, the people's unified faith in the concept of justice is integrated into it.
We also don't know who accused Child to begin with, right?
Not only can it produce the incredible power of indemnitium, but it likely also possesses other traits, such as self-awareness. Which is all to say, I've been prepared for a situation like this for a long time.
So when Lenny told us that he heard a human voice from the room where the Oratrice's core is stored...
I was not aware such a thing had occurred. Perhaps that could serve to prove my conjecture. I will add that to the list of items to investigate.
So the Oratrice might also not be a machine.
In any case, I am inclined to believe that the Oratrice does have a methodology all its own. We just do not have enough information. Based on Farina's reaction, I doubt even she had any idea what was going on. She managed to bluff her way through it, though, with her time-tested twin tricks of bravado and drama. While we do intend to get to the bottom of this, for now, we regret to say that the Fatui Harbinger will just have to bide his time in the fortress of Meripede. If we did incorrectly convict him of crimes he did not commit, we will most certainly compensate him to the fullest extent allowed by the law.
If you ask Paimon, the only compensation he'll want is a no-holds-barred fight with you.
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
Most importantly, about my sibling.
Your sibling? Another blonde-haired traveler? I'm sorry, but I've never seen anyone who matches that description.
Despite the fact how long you've been here.
If he ever stepped foot in Fontaine, I'm sure he followed our laws to the letter, and had no reason to appear on the stage of the opera Epicles. Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
Well, that was short and quick. The music has come. I have no more questions.
Very well. It was my honor to provide you with what answers I could. I very much enjoyed conversing with you. It will soon be time for me to leave this blissful tranquility behind and return to Palais Memoria.
You really are super busy, Monsieur Neuvillette. Paimon thought you only came here to pay your respects today because you had the day off.
Crime and villainy do not have the day off, and so justice must work around the clock as well. This is merely the nature of a justice's work.
All right, you've got a point. Huh? Paimon just noticed that the rain has stopped.
That's for a while now. And it fell without reason. Or did it? Oh hey, some upgrade materials for the old traveler. Swelling Lake. Picking up a source water droplet will restore 2 energy to the traveler. Great. And finally, all kinds of things are opening up. Ah, Fontaine. Another nation, another Catherine. Finally, we are supposed to talk to you. Lastra Visosk. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild. It's Catherine again. This one must be a puppet too. Perhaps. There shouldn't be another possibility. Is there something I can help you with? Are you looking to take on a commission or send one out? I'm just taking a look. I see. If you've run into any guild-related issues, you can come and ask me. I will provide the utmost service for you and answer all unanswerable questions. Then we thank you for your contribution to the guild, adventurer. We wish you smooth travels.
Astra Abyssosk.
I guess this means... Yes, Fontaine has now been activated for expeditions. Or has it been for a while now and I just never checked? I don't know. Either way, it was... Oh no! That is what was unlocked, I think. For commissions, Fontaine was unlocked. Which means daily quests. Great. What's down here in guide? Ah, finish that. Steambird interview. Unlock new gameplay mode or function. Ah, that will be also very obvious. Because I talked about it last time already. Yes, it's that person. And their function. Which is weekly quests. So we have daily quests and weekly quests unlocked now. Yes, truly. Troubleshooter position advertised in our Tales of Humanity section, are you not? Troubleshooter? Yes, yes, I know. The name Troubleshooter is simply too gauche and unbecoming of the standards of a publication such as ours. Yes, Ethan has substantial room for growth when it comes to coining new words. Putting that aside for the moment, would you like to know how I was able to correctly ascertain that you were here for the job and not seeking to ask for help in our Tales of Humanity section? Observation. Every citizen who comes to the Steambird seeking help appears anxious and jittery, but your steps are relaxed, your expression calm. Ah, those who are fortunate are all the same. Those who fall victim to misfortune all have their own woes. But you needn't worry. Those who seek assistance from others via Tales of Humanity haven't run into any serious trouble, so it shouldn't be hard to handle. Have a look at this batch of commissions. Ah. Yes. Weekly quests, as well as a list of all Fontaine quests. And rewards for completing them. As well as reputation level. We get steak tartare. Some furniture. Crystal fly trap. Kavitsky from Fontaine Research Institute of Kinetic Energy and Engineering. Being properly deployed and inserting the required material, this device will start working and lure crystal flies inside. Well, I enjoy more ways to get crystal flies. Fontaine character background. Another recipe. Fontaine TCG card background. Important. Wind-powered wind generator. A wind generating device developer Refate Senior Research Fontaine. After being activated, this device can provide a strong lifting force for the wind glider user. However, due to design limitations, the device requires utilizing significant wind power to activate. Required is approximately equal to that produced by the working wind glider. So you mean I can only activate this device when I'm already using the wind glider? The only reason I ever want to activate it is to give my wind glider a push. So I guess some kind of double jump. So if we are already gliding, we can get even more height from it. Bessie Chicken. More name cards. Hydrolocus Resonance Stone for looking for Hydrolocus if we don't have one of them yet. Hydro Treasure Compass for looking for treasures in Fontaine. And finally, the Wings of Merciful, Wrathful Waters, a stylized wind glider gifted to you as a mark of Fontaine's acknowledgement and recognition, which we can look at in better detail elsewhere. All you need to do is find some time every week to read through the submissions to Tales of Humanity, pick out a few commissions you like and handle, and come find me to collect your payment. Some commissions are so drop dead simple you wouldn't believe it, but you shouldn't underestimate the value of your work. For us, the problem is that submissions may appear to be easy and insignificant, but for the readers submitting their problems, they are like a splinter under their fingernail, impossible to remove or ignore. We can help them extract these splinters. In addition to the monetary rewards, you will also receive the respect and gratitude of the people, and your reputation among the citizenry will increase over time. When that happens, I will give you more complicated and important jobs. Help everyone to achieve happiness and be a lighthouse illuminating humanity. Such is the calling of our paper. Such are the feelings and aspirations of every publisher. No need for an interview. Interview? Your interview was completed before you even arrived. Don't be surprised. I have my ways. If I couldn't even manage that, how could I manage a newspaper? Alright, I've told you everything you need to know about this job. As for whether or not you want to take it, that's up to you. Think it over. Yay. Stuff. But yeah. This wind glider reminds me of someone's eyes. There's certainly an interesting split design, different from all the others before. I think it would fit Yelan quite well. Not so sure about anyone else right now. But we need reputation level 2 to even do any bounties and requests, so we need to do more normal quests and explore the world better before we even reach level 2. Must be some frog's eyes, yes. But that took, once again, much longer than I expected. So we will not be doing anything else today. I mean, we did start with boss battles, so I guess that was fine. And we did all the mid-boss fights that I have already discovered. Defeated Fading Veteran, speaking of which. And I guess we found all the books. Because we got the achievement for finishing that. The hand of travelers have touched 10,000 streams. They all flow from the same font of the world's waters, and all return to the same sea. Not gonna change that.
Step on up.
Well, at least I wanna read about the event guidelines from Mega Mecha Melee. In the court of Fontaine, LeChaude's Clockwork Workshop is preparing for a major commission. But the staff seems to have encountered difficulties. Help these talented craftspeople complete their masterpiece. In the Court of Fontaine, LeChaude's Clockwork Workshop is preparing for a major commission, but some complications seem to have arisen. Reach Adventure of 20. During the event, you can exchange enigmatic copper, mainsprings, and materials for the event shop. There are 3 main types of gameplay: torrential, turbulent, charge. Complete an underwater time trial challenge and make use of various turbulence items to complete the trial faster. Efficacy testing simulation area. Head to the designated location and defeat your opponent to help the staff collect the data they need. Dance Dance Resolution. Control toy adventurers. Follow the beat of the music and hit various slime puppets. I feel like this is probably the interesting one. Also, we get a free Bennett from this, right after I maxed him out completely. Ah, yeah. How long is this here? 17 days. Okay, we'll have a chance to look at this. Possibly in combination with other things. But that is it for today. Thank you all for watching. And see you again next time. For Mecha Melees.
Now it's time for a short rest.
And possibly a brother's story. You know, that brother. Goodbye.